Hi, Richard. Testing my audio. Am I okay?
Perfect.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Oh, wrong one.
Hi, it's Teresa, just doing a sound check.
Sounds perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sabrina, are you running the show tonight?
I am running the closed session show tonight, and Ursula will be on for the regular meeting.
Okay. So Gail, are you on? If you are, we can get started.
Yep.
There she is. Okay, I think we have a quorum. Are you ready, Sabrina?
I am ready. Yes, sir.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before the closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson.
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez. We'll come back. Councilmember McLaughlin. Here. Councilmember Willis.
Here.
Mayor Butt.
Here.
And I'm just going to go back to Councilmember Bates. I believe is absent tonight.
Right. He's not feeling well.
And okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll go back to Councilmember Martinez. Are you on the line with us tonight? Okay, absent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public speakers?
We need to read the closed session items into the record.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The council will discuss the following items in closed session: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Sprawl Deaf et al. Versus City of Richmond, North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus City of Richmond, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Laura Sneidman, Mark Fox, and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU, Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive unit management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, IAFF, Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. And it looks like we do have one speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, call the speaker, please.
Two. Suarez, please.
Yes. I have Jeannie Quartz and Tarnell Abbott. Jeannie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, good afternoon. Jeannie Quartz, Richmond resident.
It's time for the city of Richmond to settle the Point Mullally litigation to protect the city financially and protect the public interest. The Brown Act lawsuit and the appeal were filed because the city violated the Brown Act and state planning and zoning law and thwarted public participation with preordained outcomes for the public planning process. When the city voted in 2017 in a closed session meeting with no public input, the city violated its own general plan and zoning policies for Point Mullally land use planning. It also violated procedures required by the state for zoning and planning, and the city then used the settlement to limit public input. The general plan approved required that land use designations for Point Mullally had to go through a public and open process. Point Mullally was designated by the city as a special study district. Therefore, amendments to the city's zoning and general plan would be required before any development proposal for Point Mullally could be adopted. The settlement also violated the California planning and zoning law because the land use actions included in the settlement amounted to zoning and land use planning decisions determining the development of Point Mullally without a public process and amendments to the city's zoning and general plan. Nothing comes without a price. The legal fees that are now being paid by the developer will ultimately be charged to the city through either project subsidies or through the settlement. Curtailing these costs now through a settlement is important to the city's budget and the cost of the settlement. Do what is best for the city. Settle this lawsuit and support the acquisition of Point Mullally by the East Bay Regional Park District so that all of Richmond and the entire Bay Area can enjoy this beautiful place by keeping it in public hands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Tarnell Abbott. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm a Richmond resident. The settlement limited the city's consideration of public input at planning workshops. To be considered by the city, public input had to meet the development requirements of the settlement with a minimum of 670 housing units that had to be included. Participants in the workshop who proposed alternatives without housing were told that they would not be considered because the judgment required at least 670 units. The city stated that alternatives that did not have housing or which had more than 70% open space would violate the judgment. It would not be considered by the city as alternatives for Point Mullally. The settlement was characterized as a judgment to the public by the mayor and consultants without any explanation of the meaning of the word. In this context, judgment refers to the settlement after it is approved by the judge. Judgment was used by the mayor to imply the terms and conditions of the settlement were mandated by a judge to disguise the role of the city in creating and agreeing to the settlement's terms and conditions, including taking away the city's authority to modify the development and draconian deadlines used to rush the development plan through the approval process. The amended judgment was approved by a single vote of the City Council in open session on November 5th, 2019. It was intended to change language in the settlement to give back to the city discretionary power over the project, but it did not. Sorry about that. This was after the months of the city planning process in which the city made it a requirement that public input had to be consistent with the three conditions.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Tobin. Sally, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I'd like to address this matter also. I agree with Jeannie Courts and Tarnell Abbott. A great deal is being made of a comparison with a legal decision that I'll call Fowler versus Richmond. And the Fowler legal case had to do with the beach cabana in a backyard in, I think it's Lafayette. And in Richmond, the legal issue is a violation of the Brown Act that ended up straitjacketing public input about land use of Point Malate. It's really important, as Tarnal was mentioning, that public input can be free and unfettered. And I happened to attend one of the sessions with the public that was actually held out at Point Malate, and a member of the audience stood up when the facilitator of the session used the word judgment. A member of the audience stood up and challenged her and said, no, it's a settlement. But the facilitator was not able to deal with that situation and was totally uninformed. And so they continued to conduct the public workshops with the limitations that were part of the settlement, but were never part of the base transfer agreement. So it ended up severely limiting public options and public input. And it's very important that the city go forward with without extending this legal case. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, thank you. We are now adjourned to closed session.
I thought that's where I was going.
Hey, Nat, this is Richard from KCRT. They're in the closed session now. Council is in closed session.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Let me go down.
Whew. Hi, good day, Sue. This is Shakia Simon giving you a call on your cell. If you could give me a call on my cell at 407-701-4550, I look forward to talking. Bye.
Richard, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, Richard. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. Can we test the share screen real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay. Are you still there, Richard?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, sorry. I don't know. Okay, got it. Yeah, thank you.
Don't forget to make it larger.
Yes, I'm trying to drag it because I have my picture here. It was underneath the Zoom.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, it looks like we have a quorum. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates notified us that he will be absent this evening. Councilmember Jimenez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis, Councilmember Willis, and Mayor Butt.
Here. Would you play the public comment instructional video, please?
I think I need the light up now after all.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and kcrt.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom, en conformidad con las secciones de la orden ejecutiva del gobernador N-2920, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have a conflict of interest they want to declare at this time? I don't see any. The next item is agenda review. I am going to continue 3 items for 2 weeks. Item J4, item J6, and item H15. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we also, item J3 is being continued to the October 26th meeting. And item H13 has been removed from the consent calendar for discussion.
So J3 is continued by staff, right? Oh, it's
By-
continued by Councilmember Bates.
Right.
Excuse me, I got to sneeze. Okay, that's continued by Councilmember Bates. And then what was the other one?
Item H13 has been removed from the consent calendar.
What'd you say, H13?
Yes,
Removed from the consent calendar.
for discussion, yes.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor?
yes,
Okay, so I have 2 things. One, I would like to remove J2 altogether from the agenda. I may bring it back at some point, but to no, definite date. So just remove it all together at this point. And I also want to say, Mr. Mayor, our rules are such that H15 is an item that's sponsored by myself and Councilmember Jimenez. And our rules say that only the council members who have authored an item can take it off the agenda.
no, well, the mayor, you should know this, you were mayor for a long time.
But-
The mayor can continue any item for 2 weeks unless the city council overrules him, so.
So I move that we overrule the mayor and keep H15 on the consent calendar and keep it on the agenda.
Okay, there's a second by Jimenez. Okay, call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
No.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No,
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Johnson and Councilmember Willis voting no and Councilmember Bates absent.
okay,
I think it was,
I voted yes. I think my mic was messed up, but I voted yes to
Okay,
Councilmember McLaughlin's motion.
okay, so the motion passes with Vice Mayor Johnson and Mayor Butt voting no.
okay. Any other consent calendar items? Okay, thank you. We will move on to report from the city attorney. And before we get to that, the report from the city attorney and report from the city manager, we will not take public comment immediately following those items, but the public can sign up for open forum and can comment at that time if they so desire. So go ahead, report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A final decision was made during closed session. In the matter that the final decision was made in was the Ninth Circuit appeal in Spralldorf versus City of Richmond, which is an appeal brought by petitioners and appellants Sustainability Parks Recycling and Wildlife Legal Defense Fund, which is Spralldorf, Citizens for East Shore Parks, James Hansen, Tony Sustick, Paul Carmen, and Pamela Stello. The action that the council took was that the council approved a motion with a vote of 4-3, with Councilmember Bates, Councilmember Johnson, and Mayor Butt dissenting. And the motion directed the city attorney not to defend the City of Richmond in the appeal filed in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and instead directing the city attorney to file a brief on behalf of the city, conceding the points petitioners raised in their brief and joining in petitioners' arguments.
Okay, and anybody wants to comment on that can do it during open forum. The next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, everyone. We want to invite the community to come participate in a cannabis equity project that we have underway. So the City of Richmond is developing the city's commercial cannabis equity program. And tomorrow on Wednesday, October 20th at 6 p.m., we would hope that the community would join us and participate in a discussion virtually about this program and provide some input so that the city and our consultants and the Economic Development Commission continue moving forward with developing that program. I also want to just highlight something that I had previously announced, and that is every 2 years, the city does a community survey to get input on our services. And we are underway with that process right now. So the survey is available in both English and in Spanish. And the last day to complete the survey is Monday, October the 25th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item would be open forum for public comment. And City Clerk, would you add me to the list of speakers? You can put me on as the last speaker.
Okay. All right, open.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Open forum is an opportunity for the public to make comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. If you wish to speak on an item that is listed on the agenda, please wait for the item to be called for discussion. Also, as a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. And Jaswar, can you please call the speakers?
Sure. So far, I have 12 speakers. I have David Sharples, Tarnell Abbott, Norma, Mark Wasberg, Jennifer Lai, Yenny Garcia, Katrinka Ruck, Deborah Baer, Marisol Cantu, John Barga, Carol Johnson, and the list is growing. So I'll go ahead and start with David Sharples. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Council. David Sharples with the community group ACE and Richmond resident. I wanted to speak out tonight in support of the HelloFresh workers. And I am in support of these workers because it is their democratic right under federal law to organize a union. Richmond has a deep commitment to uplifting working class people in our community. We're a union city that cares about each other. HelloFresh is a guest in our community, and to disrespect these workers who are majority people of color and immigrants is unacceptable. It is not what Richmond represents. And I'm supporting the HelloFresh Workers Union and the resolution because they deserve dignity, safety, and respect on the job. The company should not be running an anti-union campaign to intimidate workers from joining together or trying to stop this resolution from passing. These workers deserve safety. It is unacceptable that HelloFresh had the largest COVID outbreak in the entire county last year with 171 cases and 1 death. These workers deserve dignity. In a September 2021 survey conducted of 233 out of 900 Richmond HelloFresh workers by Unite Here determined 43% have experienced food insecurity and 56% are on public assistance. and these workers deserve respect. Workers should not be yelled at to work faster and be disrespected at work. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Tarnell Abbott, and I am a Richmond resident. And I want to thank the City Council for their hard deliberations on Point Malani. And I hope that going forward, we can resolve this issue. I think there were so many problems with the public process that it was a Brown Act violation what happened. I also want to speak to item H21, which is the mayor's proposal to make October the Children's Environmental Health Month. And I just want to say that given the way that the mayor and some of the previous city council members signed a development agreement to put housing at the AstraZeneca, now called Campus Bay site, which is a highly toxic site, that it's very hypocritical to put this forward, Mr. Butt, or to have your name signed to it, because that site is going to cause health problems for children and other vulnerable people in the future if they have to have housing on this site without it being cleaned up to the fullest extent possible. And I think that, you really have to look close and hard in your soul and do the right thing, and not just sign a proclamation about naming a month for, saving the children from environmental damage. You have to follow through with the pen and undo what you did last December when you signed that development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. Mark, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, well, these allegations, if these allegations are true against the police chief, she's going to have to resign, because you can't have the police chief going around acting like a thug, even though her mother instincts took over and protect her daughter for being a whore and a prostitute. But still, she has to obey the law. French is the police chief. She's professional. She knows the law, and she has to resign if these allegations are true. I mean, her daughter's 18 years old. She could do whatever she wants. But, the mother instinct says, no, not my baby. You're not going to go out and be screwing and sucking every John out there for a buck. That's the most embarrassing thing that a mother could ever go through. I kind of sympathize for French, for what she has to go through, even though she's supposed to be a professional police officer all these years. She knows the law. But it just goes to show you, man, the last 3-4 police chiefs you had was totally garbage. The only decent police chief you had was during the reign of the Cowboys. The rest of them, especially that little queer boy you had, Magnus. And for you, Guado, you ever heard of the First Amendment? Huh? You never heard of the First Amendment, you piece of shit. That's all you are. You hide behind that microphone, you worthless piece of fucking shit. You're too scared of me to face me face to face. So you got to talk shit behind a fucking microphone.
Point of order.
You hear me, Aguado? Fuck you,
Point
man.
of order.
Put it on my ass. You ain't nothing but a fucking punk.
Point of order. Am I being recognized?
Yeah, Mayor, you're muted. So
That was muted. Go ahead, Councilmember Martinez.
The Rosenberg rules definitely states that we need to remain civil and that personal attacks are not allowed. Whenever that happens, I believe it's your job to jump in and stop the personal attacks and stop the unnecessary profanity.
City Attorney, would you like to advise on this, please?
Mr. Mayor, I recommend that you allow the public commenter to comment, and then to the extent you want to request that the public observe a decorum, that certainly is in line with our rules and as well as civility. But the commenter does have the ability to go ahead and finish his comment. And I would recommend that you go ahead and do that and then make whatever comment you wish to make.
Okay, would you go ahead, Mr. Wasberg?
You hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, you go ahead and shut me down like that fucking bitch last time. You're gonna have a lawsuit on your fucking hands, motherfuckers. You got it?
Okay, call the next speaker.
Next speaker is Jennifer Lai. Jennifer Lai, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jennifer Lee, resident of El Monte, California. That's located in Los Angeles County. I worked at the City of Richmond City Manager's Office, Environmental and Health Initiatives teams from 2008 to 2013. I had the opportunity to work as staff to Shasa Curl, Deputy City Manager, who is an exceptional public servant and has accomplished a great deal for the Richmond community. I'm calling in this evening to express serious concern about the city manager's proposed reorganization of city departments and salary schedule. I had the opportunity to work under truly admirable leadership among city council, department directors, and staff during my time with the city, which was very formative in my own trajectory as a public servant. I believe that this proposed reorganization, which demotes many key staff positions, would make it difficult to retain and attract the talent and experience that is key to making the City of Richmond the leader in city governance that I know it to be. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Katrinka Ruck. Katrinka, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Katrinka Ruck, Richmond resident. I just wanted to remind all our businesses that in January of 2022, coming up, that the business license fees are going to change. They're going to be based on your gross receipts that you receive in the city of Richmond, not on the number of employees. And it will impact businesses whose gross receipts are $250,000 or more. The city has set up meetings for you to learn more about it. You can go to the city website, but there will be a meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Thursday, the 21st, from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. The web ID is 981-2502-2306, and the passcode is Richmond. And I highly recommend that you tune into those. It's an opportunity for you to ask questions and get an understanding for what classification your business is in, because that will determine your new rates. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Before I start, I'm a little confused right now about what's on the consent calendar and what isn't.
Everything except H13.
So
H13 has been pulled. Everything else is still on.
Is gone?
Is still on the consent calendar.
Oh, okay. Is H15 still on?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I was thinking that I was happy, and I was going to just say thank you to the council members Jimenez and McLaughlin for putting that resolution on. But since resolutions don't really get discussed much, I thought I'd call in a public forum and just do what David Sharples did and just add my affirmation of the right of the HelloFresh workers to organize. And I was pleased that the city was going to put its imprimatur kind of on it and say, yeah, this is what we believe in Richmond. We are a union town, and it's going to be better for Richmond if the workers here are treated right and are able to have better working conditions and better pay, which is what a union does for people. And then I was just going to do that. And I thought, oh, should I do it? Because it's going to pass. The resolution is going to pass. But then when I saw that Mayor Butt, for a reason I don't know, maybe you can send out your explanation in your e-forums, was going to pull that resolution. And it seems so odd to me. So I'm glad that it's still on. And I thought, what why would that be controversial? Cities do have a
It
right.
has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Marisol Cantu. I am a third generation Richmond resident living in District 6, and I am also a sitting member of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. And I want to highlight the word community in that task force. The original appointments of the task force were that each single city council member appoint 3 people to the task force. And that task force, our task force, has done a lot of work, has worked really, really hard. And we have worked with people both that have been impacted by systems and people that are part of those systems. And so I really would like to show my support and solidarity with Tamisha Torres Walker, one of our esteemed colleagues and incredible Black leaders for over 10 years in the city of Richmond, who has done incredible work for formerly incarcerated folks. And I see that the mayor has pulled J6, but I urge everybody to continue to support Tamisha Torres Walker, both in Richmond and in Antioch, as she is a pillar to our community and an incredible voice and a much needed voice on our community task force. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Varga. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's my privilege to speak with you this evening on behalf of the dedicated Richmond City employees of IFPTE Local 21. And I'd first like to start my comments by expressing our support as well for the HelloFresh workers. And I want to thank this City Council for stating clearly and loudly that Richmond is a union town. I also want to say that we are pleased to see that the agenda item involving the proposed city reorganization has been removed from tonight's agenda. Surely it would have been extraordinarily difficult for the City Council to properly consider the proposed resolution, having only received the staff report documents pertaining to the item mere hours before tonight's meeting. Employees' livelihoods will be impacted by the proposed reorganization, and providing the council, the public, and their labor representative necessary information to advocate on their behalf hours before the City Council's vote on the matter is inherently unfair. We understand that the city's talented and hardworking staff work diligently to prepare staff reports. But when the city manager has been working on the proposed reorganization for months, and there had already been a report prepared for the previous meeting, it is hard to see a good reason why the documents supporting the city manager's plan were withheld until the afternoon of the City Council's meeting. We hope in the future that such important documents are provided in a timely manner to allow the City Council and other stakeholders the opportunity to conduct appropriate review before important City Council meetings and votes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carol Johnson. Carol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Carol Johnson. Okay, I will move on to Lisa Johnson. Lisa Johnson, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City Attorney. I would like to request that the City Council write a letter in support of protecting Richmond residents and businesses, in particular those in Point Richmond who will be most impacted by the proposed Marin Municipal Water District Board intertie project. People in Richmond wish that Marin County residents and representatives would stop treating us with complete disrespect in order to meet their needs and enhance their quality of life. This happened with the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge when the eastbound direction was modified to 3 lanes and left the westbound direction with only 2 lanes and no breakdown lane. This has left us with significant traffic congestion whenever there is an accident on the bridge and increased pollution from idling cars. There are alternate options for the intertie project that need to be considered and given their due hearing. They can be the placing of the Richmond pump station and the associated generator do not have to be placed where they are currently proposed, which will directly impact adversely Richmond residents, businesses, and the Bay Trail. So I hope you will come together and unite and support all of Richmond in speaking out on our behalf. Lastly, I would like to ask the city attorney to please respond to the public in their inquiries about concerns with a Brown Act violation when members of our council repeatedly turn off their video screens during council meetings. It is impossible for the public to know how many council members are actively participating in the meeting at any given time when we do not see all of their cameras. This is in contrast to public meetings where we can see who is sitting at the dais and who may need to leave for a bathroom break. That's not the case on Zoom, and this is meant to many of us a clear Brown Act violation. I have been told that this has been discussed with the council and yet nothing has happened. There are 2 members of this council where their camera is repeatedly turned off for the entire length of the meeting, if not most of the meeting. Please, please address this for the community because it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lily Vasquez. Lily, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lily Vasquez and I've been working at HelloFresh for 5 years. I'm organizing the Union for Safety and Respect. My workplace is dangerous. There are broken pallets everywhere that should be cleaned up. In August, my coworker got hurt badly and needed medical attention. We wanted to wait with her until the ambulance came, but I was told to get away from her and that she was fine. I felt so powerless. She is someone who I worked next to for a long time, and when I see her, I think of my own mom. The way the company treated me when I wanted to wait with my coworker while she was hurt is horrible. None of us deserve to be injured at work. I also work at HelloFresh throughout the pandemic. There were people who were coming to work coughing, and eventually, in December, I contracted COVID. That month, I was only going to work and home. I passed COVID on to my family. We deserve to work in a safe place and to be able to provide for our families. This is why I am organizing with my coworkers to fight for the union. Thank you to the council for your support.
Thank you. And I will come back to Carol Johnson. Carol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I had to step out of the room earlier, but I just wanted to speak in full support of Tamisha Walker. And I have known her for close to 10 years, and I just can't believe anybody in their right minds would attack her. She should definitely stay on the Reimagined Public Safety Task Force. She has single-handedly done so much to change so many people's lives in Richmond and now in Antioch. And even though she no longer lives in Richmond, she still has a lot of stake here in our city. She has a lot of family and friends here. She grew up in Richmond. She still works with Safe Return in Richmond, and there's no way that she should be removed from the task force. And I also support the HelloFresh workers and the unions that are organizing over there. And anybody who cannot call into city council and be respectful, they're just showing their complete lack of intelligence and their need for attention. So nobody should really, stoop to their level and feel like they need to respond to somebody so unintelligent. So I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mitchell Jacobs. Mitchell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Council. My name is Mitchell Jacobs, and I'm the head of U.S. Safety for HelloFresh. And I'd like to start off by telling you my story. My grandfather was killed in an industrial accident in 1983, and safety is very important to me. And in fact, it's so important that I've dedicated my career to providing a safe workplace for our employees. I've been with HelloFresh for over a year, and what I can tell you is that there's many misrepresentations that have been made about the company. I do firmly believe that every employee has the right to choose to be represented by a union or refuse membership to a union. I also believe that our wages are competitive, well above the $15 minimum wage that is mentioned in the resolution. We also offer zero premium health care, paid sick leave, parental leave, deep discounts on our meal kits, and 401k match. As been mentioned about COVID-19, I've been around since the beginning of the pandemic, and we have partnered closely with the Contra Costa County Health Department, and Cal should offer free on-site vaccines. In fact, the first employer in the area to do so. We also, during the height of COVID, partnered with Contra Costa County to ensure that we did regular testing to ensure that we did our part to have employees go home so that they did not present a danger to others. And we helped to reduce the positivity rate for asymptomatic cases in the county. In addition, since my tenure here, we have lowered the total recordable incident rate by 60% and have increased our safety staffing by tenfold. I appreciate your time and listening to me as we continue our journey to safety excellence here at HelloFresh.
Thank you. Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. First, we'd like to stand in support and solidarity for the workers at the HelloFresh to organize and participate in the union if they so choose. They were highlighted, many of these workers were highlighted at the Labor Council's recent dinner, and their story is definitely a prominent and a positive one. So hopefully that will come to fruition. It would also be nice if the city of Richmond, which is a very union-centric and historical city, would spend as much time on businesses, which are just as important, but also on the internal and ensuring that their human resources department focuses on those types of relations as well. And then lastly, I'd like to speak about Mr. Wasberg and what he said, and he has a right under the First Amendment to say what he wants to say. But when you're speaking about other people and giving lectures about the Constitution, you need to keep in mind that people have an entitlement to due process and that you need to respect that as well, just as people respected your due process for your criminal matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nikki A. Beasley. You will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm speaking on behalf of J4. And I'm going to ask, as what has been mentioned before, that there's some time that's taken before there's any recommendation of vote. These are critical roles that are looking to be modified. And knowing that the city has made some modifications in the past that were key roles, we know that many of these individuals that are looking to be removed are holding 1, 2, maybe even 3 roles and responsibilities. So I think it's important that there's an analysis to understand what roles and what impact to the work of the city will be done. What is the recruitment and onboarding strategy so that there isn't a large gap of time between positions being removed and positions being replaced. And through that analysis, that there's an equity lens. I know that the city is working effortlessly in regards to the GAR program, but we also want to make sure that these decisions aren't impacting the equitable lens of the city's administration. So definitely adhere to what has been said before. There needs to be more time taken because these are critical roles and could be a true deficit to the city in the interim of trying to restructure. And then also I want to speak briefly on J6, and this is a common theme. You have another Black woman who's been very powerful in the community doing great things that are looking to be removed. I don't know the history of it, but I would also ask that there's a little bit more clarification of the recommendation of these removals and modification to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Reinerston. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. David?
Thank you. Regarding the resolution supporting the HelloFresh workers organizing effort, to the workers, I can offer my thanks for your good food and also my personal experience of working both in non-union and in union jobs. The level of Civilization of dignity, of fairness, and civility was better when we have a basic level of solidarity. This is as true of union on the job as it is of democracy in our city. To the HelloFresh management, my message is the same. To the council and audience, including the policeman who called in, I'd like to thank you and add my support for whatever the workers decide in their vote. Oh, that's all.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is DeWanda. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. DeWanda?
I'm here. I thought that I was going to be unmuted on your end. My name is DeWanda Joseph, a Richmond resident, founder of Yanima Healing Circle. I'm here just to speak on item J6, Tamisha Torres Walker, the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I'm just here to support her efforts in the city of Richmond and the community. She's been very active in our community for well over 10 years, working directly with the Richmond Police Department. Chief Magnus started out and then formed then Chief Brown with the Cisco organization and the ceasefire. We did a lot of work together. Because of her voice in the community, she brings an aspect that people who don't actually live in certain communities are very aware of, because it doesn't touch them like it touches lower income communities. Because of her influences, she's worked on projects with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department about defunding them and having money going into people versus investing into prisons. She's very innovative. The Safe Return Project has the Richard Boyd Foundation that works hard in our community to help formerly incarcerated people reintegrate back into community, which is actually a needed resource as our people return from incarceration. So I hope that you will consider her staying there. I think that when we start to divide and come against one another in our community, we become just like those people that we see in our community that bring up some of the violence. We begin to talk bad about each other. We're not supportive, and we are destroying the fiber of Richmond that needs to be manifest in order for us to become a greater city versus tearing down. Let's continue to build up so we can have a greater community and we can leave something for our children to be proud of. As government officials and city officials, I think you should take this into consideration when we look at who serves on the committees and why these people are being asked to be removed from the committees. What is the agenda behind that? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ahmad Anderson. Ahmad, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening to all, Mayor, City Councilman, Vice Mayor, and staff. I'm calling about the consideration of reorganization of the city manager department. I'm concerned about good governance, and good governance requires empathetic leadership, reliability, responsiveness, openness, adhering to regulations that impact the community, integrity, and inclusiveness. I'm concerned that we haven't taken the right steps, as what Ms. Beasley mentioned, on doing the assessments, providing feedback, doing performance reviews, but most importantly, engaging. Empathetic leadership requires managers to ask about their involvement of their employees in the work they do, the feedback that will help the organization and the city grow. How does my manager ask about ideas to improve things from coworkers alike? And does my manager care about me as a person and not just as an employee as they slice and dice? This recommendation that was sent in the late night, like a thief wielding a knife, was disingenuous and insincere and disrespectful. Please look at this from a DEIB perspective as well, as you're looking about who the women are, the people of color who are affected. And trust me, the city is not only watching, but so is the EEOC and Affirmative Action Department of Labor. Be well and be safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jaggi Sering. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
So my name is Jaggi Sering, and I'm a porter at HelloFresh in California and Richmond, and my coworkers and I are organizing the union and fighting for dignity, safety, and respect at work. I want to share that our workplace is 90% people of color and immigrants. From 6 a.m. to 2:40 p.m., I work in a giant cooler, helping breaking down boxes, keeping the assembly lines clean, and making sure people have what they need to make thousands of HelloFresh meal kits a day. There are less than 10 of us on the shift that work to support the rest of the 300 employees. At HelloFresh, I'm not making enough money to be able to provide for my family. After going to school and accumulating a lot of student debt, I am almost 30 and I have not saved anything for my future. It is my dream to buy land and a house in the Philippines and be able to make money and provide for myself on my own. I believe that I could achieve my goals if I have a union job. My coworkers and I are joining together and making a change in our lives. And it is an honor to have the support of the council in passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Ross. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm calling to speak on both the items Mayor Butt attempted to remove from tonight's meeting. First, I'll speak on item J6, his attempt to remove Tamisha Torres Walker from the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. Targeting Black activists is a common tactic and just one in a series of attacks leveled against Tamisha specifically. It's disingenuous and part of a pattern of attacking people doing the work when opponents of the activism can't challenge the work on its merits. Task Force member Torres Walker is a Richmond native who I met 10 years ago, and her leadership in this community has been evident to me for even longer. Her contributions to employment, housing, and reentry services for people returning from incarceration cannot be overstated. I've seen her work collaboratively with law enforcement and also demonstrate a clear commitment to prioritize accountability and community safety. Her volunteer service on our Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force is appreciated, and her membership should not be in jeopardy. Additionally, I'm supporting item H15, the resolution in support of the HelloFresh Workers Union and the resolution because they deserve dignity, safety, and respect on the job. The company shouldn't be running an anti-union campaign to intimidate workers from joining a union or trying to stop this resolution from passing. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling in to show my support for our chief, Biza French. I serve on the Community Police Review Commission, and I've gotten to know her over the last year or so since she's been chief. And she's very dedicated to her family. I recall a few times she's left early to attend events for her various children. And I'm very saddened that she's in a situation that could happen to any family. I have family members who have been affected by trafficking, and it took extreme measures to be able to release them from that world. So I really think she deserves all of our support in this most sensitive matter. And I hope that no one, various folks that have come out criticizing her, that none of your children are ever in this situation. I really think that she deserves our support. And then I also want to just make a quick comment on the reconsideration of Tamisha Walker. I think she does a lot of excellent work in the community, and she should definitely continue doing that. I have family members and friends that have benefited from the work she's done to the reentry community. But she did disappoint a lot of her supporters, and I do think she should consider apologizing for her actions, especially since they don't reflect her dedication to the community. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Yenny Garcia. I'm a Richmond resident for over 30 years. I just want to say a few things today or tonight. In case some didn't know, victims of human trafficking experience devastating psychological effects during and after their trafficking, among other forms of severe mental trauma. These victims are among the most complex of crime victims because of the severe trauma that they experience. Richmond community, I am asking you tonight to be compassionate, to be supportive, to be loving to one another while all of these things unfold. The same thing goes with Tamisha Torres. There's issues that have been happening. Of course, we're all going to have our opinion. However, we cannot forget the amazing work that the Safe Return Project has done in our community and that many of us have benefited from. So please, Richmond, stay consistent in what our priorities are. Don't get into this whole drama. Don't get into all these he say, they say. I'm asking you to please keep your eye on the prize, which is the life that we all want and deserve. The best quality of life here in Richmond. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Glenda Mejia. Glenda, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hola.
Sí, Glenda, tiene 2
Okay.
minutos para hablar. Puede comenzar.
Ok. Hola, mi nombre es Glenda Mejía. Trabajo en HelloFresh en el área de ensamble. Llevo trabajando ahí 2 años y medio, perdón, casi 3. Y quiero compartir el por qué nosotros, yo y mis compañeras estamos organizando la unión, porque en nuestro trabajo hay muchas lesiones y obtuvimos los registros de OSHA, de nuestro empleador, que el año pasado, el año 2020, hubo 117 lesiones y en este año van 43 lesiones hasta ahora. En el mes de junio me lastimé mi hombro y no recibí ningún trato diferente por mi lesión. Estuve trabajando normal, sin restricciones, y HelloFresh no nos trata diferente a las personas que nos lesionamos, nos tratan igual, o sea, no tenemos restricciones ni buen trato. Trabajamos con la misma presión, como que si no tuviéramos ninguna restricción. Y por eso estoy apoyando la unión, para mejores beneficios, para mejorar la seguridad y para más respeto para mí y mis compañeros. Y gracias al Consejo por apoyarnos, a mí y a mis compañeros, y sé que con el apoyo de la comunidad vamos a ganar. Es todo, gracias.
Gracias. The next speaker is Antoine Clord. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, my name is Antoine Clord. I'm a Richmond. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Antoine Clord. I'm a community activist here in Richmond, California. Also, founder of Men and Women of Purpose and Rich Minds Network. And I have a few things that I'm supporting of. I support the HelloFresh people. We know that Richmond is a union town. I'm a union man. I help participate in refurbishing the Richmond auditorium and City Hall. And every time I pass by there, I have pride and dignity when I pass there, because Richmond is a city of pride and purpose, and it is a union town. So please support our brothers and sisters that's trying to unionize. Tamisha Walker is a product of our community, and she is the fire that lights for people for reentry. Because when she first got out, she was able to get her first job with me when I first started my ventures in giving reentry people opportunities. And look where she's at now. Everybody you're not going to get along with everybody in what you do and where you stand at, but that doesn't give you right to crucify them for them taking a stand. You know, we are the product of our environment. We get out and we change our lives, and she's done that, and I'm very proud of her. And Miss French, our police chief, man, if your child happened to your child, put yourself in her shoes. It's not about your uniform. It's about you being a human being. And we need to stand in solidarity with our sister, our chief, our Richmond chief, and be in support in anything that she needs. All she has to do is call me and I'm there. But, you know, we have a lot of issues going on in our town, but for us not to stand in solidarity with our HelloFresh workers is a crime if we don't do it, because Richmond is a union town. If you don't make $56,000 a year, you can't live in Richmond. And if union people make that kind of money where they can buy homes.
Your time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Rodney Alamo Brown. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I'd like to say good evening, everybody. Mayor, esteemed council, it's Rodney Alamo Brown, community advocate here in the city of Richmond, California. I want to say thank you to you all who came and showed up. Brother Melvin Willis came and showed up Sunday for the inaugural James Ruiz softball tournament at Nickel Park. Such a wonderful event that was. We had about 400 some people show up despite the freezing temperatures and the frigid cold. As you know, come 5 p.m., Richmond gets a little chippy and cold out there, but the folks braved the temperatures and they stayed. East Oakland women's team came out victorious, and also the Richmond men team came out victorious. So we had to hold our fort and hold our ground and make sure we did what we needed to do in order to keep our drive alive. I want to also say that Soulful Softball Sunday is in continuous support of Hello Fresh and standing in solidarity with their workers and the things that they're going through. So we'll definitely be holding the line with them as well. I also want to speak on behalf of our sister, the Fannie Lou Hamer of Richmond, Sister Tamisha Walker, and what she's going through. You know, the Black woman is the most marginalized, most unprotected human being on the face of this earth. And we're not going to stand and allow these words, the things that's been thrown at her being said. We're not going to allow that. So we're going to stand in solidarity with our sister. There's no way that our city should be going through any turmoil of this magnitude. We're already in the pandemic and things are horrible as they are. We got to find a way to be adults, come up with a consensus manner, and start diffusing situations and do it in the correct way. Also, to our police chief, Bisa French, we're standing in solidarity with her and what she's going through, such a terrible time, very painstaking situation that she's going through, her and her family. So we want to keep everybody in constant prayer and keep loving on each other. God bless you all. Have a great evening. Aloha.
Thank you. Next speaker is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Elsa Stevens. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and start. You'll have 2 minutes.
Somebody's still talking.
It might be background noise because it's not coming from this end.
Really, there's a man talking about Tamisha Walker right now.
And keep loving on each other. God bless you all. Have a great evening.
Okay, he just finished. Now, can I speak?
Yes. Elsa Stevens. Elsa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Go ahead and start.
Thank you. I wish to defend Chief French's family against vile gossip. Miss French, I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Miss French graduated with honors this June. Why are we?
Yes, I can hear you. You can go ahead and start. You'll have 2 minutes.
Somebody's still talking.
Excuse me, I think there's a delay. Public speaker, you may want to turn your volume down in what you're hearing broadcasting. There's a little bit of a delay, and I think that's the cause for the problem.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think I had
two
meetings going at the same time. Okay. I'd like to defend Chief French's family against vile gossip. Miss French graduated with honors this June. She'd be at Mills College now, but she met Joe Goldman in November at Safeway, where they both worked. She claims that he empowered her to full potential. That being walking East 15th Street in Oakland, picking up strangers, booking hotel rooms with her credit card, risking STDs, COVID, and more to give him money. Mom and dad sat their 18-year-old daughter down and told her, no, you may not do sex work. Now, remember that they each have a particular set of skills that they could have used, but didn't. Goldman is in jail again. Miss French is not the first young girl he drove crazy. 5 agencies are conducting investigations because of the pimp's complaints. The judge who denied the young girl a restraining order against her parents said that Sergeant French and Chief French were no danger to her, but that she is someone else's crime victim. Progressive feminists never side with pimps. I'd also like to support the most qualified member of Reimagining Richmond to continue to serve. Tamisha Walker is yet another African-American woman whose position is challenged just because she is powerful and effective. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jane Currant. Jane, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, I am calling in to add another voice of support for Tamisha Walker, who I have known since I moved to Richmond and joined the Racial Justice Coalition. And at that time, she was co-facilitating with Claudia, I believe. And I just know that she ran a bunch of the meetings I attended. And I came to know her and I came to know more about Safe Return. And over the years, through my activities with Surge Contra Costa and continued work with the Racial Justice Coalition, and now as the RPA rep to Lift Up Contra Costa, I am aware all the more of the contributions she makes to this city, or made to this city, continues to make. Safe Return is here and employing numbers of people who are formerly incarcerated and developing new leadership. And as a council person in Antioch, I have listened to some of those very painful council meetings. I believe that her name is being smeared in the most awful way. A mother who is concerned about the treatment of her boys by police can get pretty emotional. And now there is a terrible effort there to smear her name, to bring up her past, which is completely irrelevant to the person she is today. And as someone said, she is probably the most qualified person to sit on the Reimagine Public Safety Task Force, and to remove her would be a crime. So please, please, let's just drop this and recognize that we all support this valuable member of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Glickson. Michael, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Michael Glickson from Richmond. And one good thing about Tom Butt kicking this to a future meeting is that we all get to speak on Tamisha's behalf twice. So thank you, Tom. I know Tamisha. I know her work. My wife, Jane Currant, just spoke. That's how I initially learned about Tamisha. I've seen her in action. Obviously, her work at Safe Return is incredible, and it's right here in Richmond. So this is a really vindictive move by Mayor Butt to take somebody off of a task force he doesn't even want to see existing at this point. He voted against it being renewed for 3 more years. So it's a naked attempt. And so again, we get to speak on behalf of Tamisha Torres Walker twice instead of once. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ben Hadley. Ben, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Ben?
Hi, thank you. I'm just going to read the statement that Glenda Mejia gave in Spanish earlier in English. Hi, my name is Glenda Mejia. I work in HelloFresh and I'm in the Assembly area. I have been working in Richmond at HelloFresh for almost 3 years. I want to share why my coworkers and I are organizing the union. There are a lot of injuries that happen in this place. We got the OSHA logs from our employer, and last year in 2020, there were 117 injuries. And this year, there have been 43 injuries so far. In the month of June, I hurt my shoulder and didn't receive any special treatment, even when I was hurt. It was the same work as normal. HelloFresh has treated me the same as if I didn't have an injury, asking me to work with the same workload and intensity as I would without restrictions or anything. And for that, I'm supporting the union for better benefits, for better safety, and for better respect. Thank you to the council for supporting me and my coworkers. I know that with the support of all the community, we're going to win. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Roxanne Garza. Roxanne, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Roxanne Correa Garza with Healthy Richmond, and I'm here to support Tamisha Walker to continue to sit on the Reimagine Public Safety Community Task Force. Tamisha has been a leader in Richmond that's directly led to re-entry services in our community, successful advocacy against the expansion of the West County Detention Center twice, the creation of a county racial equity task force, the election of our first African-American DA, the Fair Chance Ordinance, the Ban the Box Ordinance, collaboration with our school district to support students with wraparound services, and the list goes on. And as many other speakers said, this is 10 years worth of work. She's a recognized leader, not just in the city of Richmond, but in the county, and I would say the region. She's received many awards and actually funding, large amounts of funding to support her work with Safe Return, which is on McDonald and Harbor Way. So when folks say she's not from Richmond, maybe they ought to, take a look at the Safe Return office on McDonald and the staff that she supports there. The city of Richmond really needs to stop the attacks on Tamisha and instead recognize her leadership and expertise in the context of the Reimagine public safety work. And certainly she should stay in that role. And again, we should figure out ways to really support and acknowledge leaders like Tamisha. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening. First of all, I thought J6 was going to be for open council as a whole, but I found out it was not. Now, what I called to really be on open forum is that there was a misunderstanding between departments for your Love Your Black issue, but it got clarified. So I'm willing to wait until we get the two departments together. Now, as far as Tanisha Walker is concerned, I know her, not really know her, but I have worked with her and she did a good job. However, it's not about what she's done. It's the feeling that I have living in Richmond, pay tax in Richmond and everything else, that she lives in another city. She do not pay tax in Richmond. And that's my concern. We have enough people in Richmond that could have been on the city council tax thing, but it wasn't there. Evidently, they chose to go out of the city to get somebody. So we in Richmond feel like we should have been at least talked about being on this committee to get things done for people that live in the committee, since it's our tax dollars that's going to fund it. And defunding the police to do this was awful. It shouldn't have. Now she does not have enough staff to really do a good job. So that's my.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Norma. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
My name is Norma, and I'm a resident of Richmond. And I have made up some rules for the safe return and reimagining. Since I'm a resident of Richmond, I would like the 5 RPA and the members should implement receiving 24/7 phone calls from Richmond residents having problems. Richmond Police Department receives 24/7 phone calls. Why don't they? All reimagining members' phone numbers should be listed on the City of Richmond's website. If the resident of Richmond is not pleased with Reimagining Richmond service file a complaint with their state officials. A Richmond City Attorney, District Attorney Diane Becton, Assembly Woman Buffy Wicks, Governor Newsom. If the Safe Return and Richmond project fails, create a payment plan for the RPA and their members to pay the $10 million they took from the Richmond Police Department. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, thank you. I am calling in support of Tamisha Walker. Tamisha is the soul of Richmond. Tamisha is everything good about Richmond. She is exactly who should be on the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. She has, even just by virtue of being raised here, she knows more about Richmond than residents who are transplants like me. And she is exactly who should be leading the efforts to reimagine our city. And I also just wanted to point out that we're operating here on, or not we, the people who are criticizing Tamisha are challenging her opinions, not her actual behavior. And any challenge of behavior is nothing more than an allegation. And if we're going to start removing people from bodies based on allegations, then I would like to call for Mayor Butt's removal with the numerous corruption charges that are being investigated with him. And I would like to call for the removal of every Richmond police officer who has allegations of use of force against them. We have a system that says that people are innocent until proven guilty, and we need to maintain that for especially the volunteers who are doing this work without pay, and the only recognition they're receiving is being attacked. I'm also fully in support of the HelloFresh unionization efforts, and am really grateful that the council hopeful that the council will support them.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tamisha Walker. Tamisha, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, City of Richmond. This is Tamisha Torres Walker, co-founder and executive director of the Safe Return Project, and fierce leader on fire for justice day in and day out. People should absolutely know that I will fight tooth and nail for what I believe. When I see an injustice, I will show up in rare form. So you might want to cover your ears and close your eyes when that happens. I want to support the HelloFresh workers and their support to unionize. Unionized labor is something that Black people have benefited from, Black workers in particular, and each worker deserves to work in desirable conditions and make an equitable pay. I also would like to say that folks who are demanding apologies, what we need to demand is an apology from our public leaders for mismanaging public dollars instead of investing in the root cause of issues in our community, continuing to invest in systems that have historically not worked. When is enough enough? I'm example of enough. I am Richmond, pride and purpose in full and rare form. James Baldwin said in 1963, if you can face it, you can bear it. If you can bear it, then you can change it. But if you lie about it, it then is the end. Do we want it to be an end to progress in the city of Richmond? Absolutely not. Those of us who have arrested our own beliefs around white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism have invested years in changing our communities. I am Richmond. I love Richmond. Thank you for all of your support. And I am here to stay, and I will travel anywhere I need to go for justice, including the city of Antioch. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ruskell Yang. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, City Council. I am speaking as an individual only. I stand in solidarity with Tamisha Walker. That was a hard act to follow after she spoke. I met Tamisha when I was working for then Councilmember Beckles, and she's done great work And from reviewing the council item that the mayor put on to remove Ms. Walker is unjust. And also it's a personal attack. It's not even a policy issue. It's that council report is a waste of taxpayer and staff resources and a waste of time. Second, I stand in solidarity with the HelloFresh workers as a former SIU 10-to-1 member. And I think HelloFresh needs to be investigated or audited based on the concerns raised by the workers. And finally, in regards to Mr. Wasberg's personal attacks comments earlier, I recall Mr. Wasberg in 2018 at a council meeting on record stating he stole campaign signs, he threw quote unquote a cold bucket of water on a homeless person, and many more egregious and illegal things he said, yet he continues to uphold the Constitution. As a former elected official, we're all have to uphold the Constitution. Mr. Wasberg needs to be investigated and hold accountable for his egregious actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ellie. Ellie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Eli Moore. Hello, Richmond. Hello, Council. A couple things. I think it's beautiful tonight how much care, solidarity, justice there is. I think I really feel for Chief French and your family. I hope you get justice and healing. And I want to say a few things about Safe Return and Tamisha and all the accomplishments, because it's crazy how the mayor's telling this story that's just like so incomplete in such a smear campaign. So I've known Tamisha for a decade and worked with her and seen her in the leadership organizing role of so many efforts. Invest in people, not prisons. Led to millions of dollars annually for Richmond. That's what Tamisha and Safe Returns advocacy conceptualized the reentry success centers, and then won funding for them from the sheriff's budget, from AB 109, from the county, and an annual commitment. That's what, 8 years or something of investment in Richmond. The mayor was never there, but he was there when the ribbon got cut. So just so you know, that's the history, Mayor, how that came to be. And this police harassment in Antioch of Tamisha's sons, and then using that as a smear campaign to try and remove somebody from this critical public task force, it's dirty. So it's great that Richmond is aware and connected and has solidarity, because we won't let this.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Itzi Delgado. Itzi, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Itzi Delgado.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello. My name's Itzi Delgado, and I'm a college student here raised in Richmond. And I'm calling in as a concerned youth because this attack on Tamisha Walker makes me worried for future generations. I'm here to show my support for Tamisha. I find it ridiculous wanting to remove her. She does not deserve this. She is an amazing Black leader in our community who has, her organizing has resulted in millions of dollars coming into our county for reentry employment, housing, and services to support people coming home from incarceration, which is something that we really need in Richmond. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Valerie Jameson. Valerie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, everyone. Valerie Jameson, Richmond resident. I am here to speak in support of Tamisha Walker. I was shocked when I saw the council agenda this evening and learned that it was almost on the agenda for you all to review. And I do want to make it clear, I don't think that this should be a continued item. I think it absolutely has to be stricken from the agenda, not considered in future meetings, because as we've seen, and I don't even need to speak to Tamisha's work because that's already been done for me, and her work speaks for itself, and she speaks for herself. All I can really do is echo so much of what I've already heard people say about the impact Tamisha has on all of our lives. And as somebody who grew up here in Richmond, as someone who is continuing to be in service to the community, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be so motivated to do even what I do. And I know so many other people feel the same way if it wasn't for Tamisha's leadership. And so that level of commitment, like that deserves all the praise. That deserves all of the acknowledgement. And it's ridiculous to me that this is even an item for discussion on a council. And I know you all, and I want to have all the compassion in the world for the work that you all have in front of you. It's hard to oversee a city. It's hard to be in all of these spaces. And this is absolutely a waste of time. It's a waste of time for you. It's a waste of time for us to have to come back time and time again and amplify what Tamisha already raised, which is that she is enough. And she has been committed to our community for so long and has shown that. And it's ridiculous that people continue to pull that apart and really, discount all of what she's done and she continues to do. She's absolutely essential to, to the story of Richmond, to this moment in Richmond, and to the future of Richmond. It doesn't matter if she's living in Antioch. The Safe Return Project is just so essential to our community.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Sonia Bustamante. Sonia, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, I joined after you adopted the consent items. Supervisor Joya asked me to make a statement in support of consent item H15. Am I able to make a comment about that now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So this is from Supervisor Joya. Thank you for considering a resolution in support of the union organizing effort currently being undertaken by HelloFresh warehouse workers in Richmond. I strongly support the adoption of your proposed resolution. Workers deserve the right to be represented by a labor union to advocate for their interests. Workers also deserve a fair and impartial organizing effort where the employer does not interfere with the election process. Richmond is a diverse, working-class city and has strongly supported union efforts throughout our history. I strongly support our community's sentiment that management should not intimidate workers or use fear tactics designed to discourage employees from joining a union. There must be a neutral, impartial election process that complies with federal and state law. I support your resolution. Thank you, Richmond City Council, for allowing me to read Supervisor Joya's statement of support for the HelloFresh resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamie McLean. Jamie, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jamie McBean. I'm going to make this short and sweet because Tamisha Walker is clearly very loved and her contributions to this community are extremely recognized. And it is crazy that we are thinking about removing her from this extremely important task force that's changing the way that public safety is thought of in Richmond. Given her experience, her past successes, and just the amount of passion that she brings to the work, thinking about getting her out of there is just ridiculous. And it seems like the rest of the community agrees. So let's not let that happen. I give Tamisha my full support, and I'm looking forward to continuing to see how the work that she does changes the community. And lastly, I support the HelloFresh workers unionizing. Unionizing is good for the workers. They deserve the benefits that come with being in a union. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alyssa King. Alyssa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear
Yes.
me? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Elisa Kang, and I've had the pleasure of working with Tamisha Torres Walker through my work as a community organizer for California Nurses Association, as part of the Contra Costa County Racial Justice Coalition Steering Committee, and through the organizing of the coalition. I've seen firsthand Tamisha's visionary leadership and commitment to our communities in Richmond and throughout Contra Costa County. Her track record stands for itself from the work she has done as the ED of Safe Return Project and the many, many other leadership roles she has and continues to hold. Despite the constant attacks she's had to endure over the years, she continues to fight and to do the work. This is what real leadership looks like and should be commended and supported and uplifted. She has played an important and critical role as a member of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force and should be able to continue to do the work since everyone involved will benefit from her experience and advocacy, especially our community members who are most directly impacted by our current unjust, disparate, and racist system. I also want to express my support and solidarity for the HelloFresh workers who are currently trying to form a union for respect for their rights and for safe and better working conditions. I'm wishing them the best and support. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Next speaker is Darren Alexander. Darren, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, my name is Darren Alexander, a leader over at HelloFresh. And as a member of the Richmond community, I'm proud to say that we are deeply committed to being an employer of choice in Richmond, supporting our employees at every step of their career and making a positive impact on our local community of Richmond. Through partnerships with local food banks, we are proud to donate fresh surplus food regularly to food insecure families. So far this year, we've donated over 220,000 pounds of food, and we'll continue these efforts through the holiday and next year. We believe in providing employment opportunities for all our community members and promote second chance hiring for formerly incarcerated individuals and homeless, working with great organizations such as SOS Richmond. We've also during this time walked through the community and to some of the encampments and also have over 15 associates from these areas in our building currently. HelloFresh workers are critical to everything that we do, and we are committed to hiring within the local community and providing training and career growth opportunities for all the employees. We want to give all employees the opportunity to thrive and grow in their careers with us. And I'm happy to say that since I've been here, dozens of these associates has worked their way up to leads and management positions. So I'm very proud of that as well. Thank you again for your time. And we've reached out several times and would love to sit down with some of the council members and others to discuss further about the great things that HelloFresh is doing in the city and for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Parker. Mike, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Thank you. I could add to the praise for Tamisha Walker, but I don't have additional words on it. She's a terrific person. I do want to correct some of the misstatements that have been made on these calls. One speaker said that the reason to remove Tamisha is she's not a resident of the city of Richmond, which is true. But it is also true that on the task force, there are several other people who are not residents of the city of Richmond. That includes the president of the police union, who is not a resident of the city of Richmond and doesn't pay taxes, therefore, in Richmond, and the president of the Richmond Chamber of Commerce. I believe that those are both important people to have on the task force, and we want the task force as broad as possible to represent the views of people across the spectrum in Richmond, not just the people who happen to agree with the mayor. One other speaker made a reference to $10 million that was taken from the police budget. I don't know where this number comes from. They keep spreading this around. The number is not true. First of all, the police budget was only reduced technically by $3.5 million. And the task force has worked very hard to build the alternatives to armed policing. And that's what we should be focused on, that there are better ways to do things and have public safety with people who are not necessarily armed, but who are able to deal with the actual situations that they face. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Helen Barnett. Helen, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, I just heard the last speaker,
And I don't even know Tamisha, so it sounds like her resume is pretty good. I don't have anything to say about her. What I have a problem with is the fact that when you see donut marks in pretty much the entire community of Richmond, and again, there's nothing being done about it, and your child or your children, not just my child, but any child could basically be hit when they're riding bikes in the street. And there's just a sense of the community that has no respect for just kind of calming itself to the point where we can just be able to function normally, then I think there is a problem. And I don't know if Reimagine is really ready to solve it. Because every time people like Melvin Willis and people like Eduardo Martinez, and I'll put Mr. Butts in there as well, because he cut one of the programs where these city council members had committees that would actually do some work and have to actually answer to the public for things like that, like donuts, traffic violations, just things where people just are being decent. And so my question is, I really don't have a problem with her. If she's helping people get back in, then that's good. And definitely we need that. But there also needs to be another side of it where if Richmond really values its residents, and I'm talking about senior citizens and children, that's how I measure it. Can they go out into the community and have a decent life? And when I see somebody like Mr. Martinez, who's been there for 8 years, Melvin Willis, who's been there for 8 years, I got a problem. And Mr. Butts, and even going to, what's her name? I forget, Miss McLaughlin. So I question all of you guys in terms of what you're committed to, because I take you guys as really almost like as a joke, because there's nothing serious about it.
Time has expired. Thank you. The next 4 speakers are Councilmember Martinez, Councilmember Jimenez, Councilmember McLaughlin, and Mayor Butt. Councilmember Martinez, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. I want to thank Tamisha Torres Walker for her words, the fire and dedication for Richmond that Tamisha exhibited in her speech is one of the reasons I appointed her and will continue to support her. I also want to show support for HelloFresh workers' union organizing effort. Workers deserve dignity and safety at their workplaces. As both a longtime union shop steward and a Richmond council member, I will do everything within my power as an elected official to support your urgent, meaningful efforts. I'm familiar with tactics of management in discouraging worker solidarity, and I ask that management allow the workers to decide without interference or intimidation for representation and protecting their rights. Workers organizing for a better workplace are a shining example of bravery, and I stand in solidarity with you in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councilmember Jimenez. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
This item G6 should not be even on this agenda, and I hope that the mayor doesn't bring it back. As you say, Mr. Mayor, this is the time for unity and compassion. But you have decided to do the opposite and use your public office and power to denigrate a Black woman in our community. Tamisha Walker has made important contribution to our community. Her work in the Safe Return project has been outstanding. Her campaigns has been amazing and have bring a lot of money into our communities. The successful reentry center was created by the work that she and other members in the Safe Return project did. It's a great resource in our community that the mayor is proud of. Her work has been able to advocate for giving opportunity to those who are coming home from incarceration. Her organization hires, trains, and support community members who otherwise would not have an opportunity. But in Enya, as a city council member, she has been able to pass policies to make the police department more accountable, like requiring officers to wear body cameras, create an overseeing police committee, and stop the use of chokeholds. Her first-hand experience with the criminal justice system brings an important point of view that we need in the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. And I hope that we don't see again these kind of items who are a waste of our time, and to put down women of color in our communities that has done an amazing work by people with more privilege. So I hope that you listen to the community. And today is the last time that you're trying to denigrate Tamisha Walker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councilmember McLaughlin. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to state that I am very proud to be sponsoring the HelloFresh resolution along with Councilmember Jimenez. And this resolution is showing our strong support for these workers' democratic right under federal law to organize the union. And we want to state our expectation that there will not be any interference with this right by HelloFresh management. And I want to applaud the courage of the workers. I met so many of you. You are all amazing. And let's all remember that the old phrase that the union makes us strong. I also want to mention that I have another resolution on consent calendar, H24. Melvin Willis is co-sponsoring it with me, and it's in regard to protecting and expanding rooftop solar and via a strong succeeding net energy metering tariff and expanding clean energy access by making it easier, not harder, for people to adopt and put rooftop solar on their rooftops in all our communities, especially people who are struggling to pay for electricity. I also want to mention Tamisha Walker. She was of great assistance to me while I was mayor, while we were collectively promoting and implementing reentry services and policies. So Tamisha, thank you for your past work and for your ongoing work. And finally, I just want to say, send good wishes to Chief French and her whole
Has expired. Thank you. The next speaker is Mayor Butt. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
I want to elaborate on the rather terse announcement that the city attorney made today. This involves a claim by litigants that the city violated the Brown Act in approving the Point Melotti project. This was heard in federal district court, and the city prevailed on all the issues. The petitioners appealed it to the Ninth Circuit, which is where it is now. And the city had a contractual obligation to oppose the appeal and prepared a brief to support that. At closed session tonight, as the city attorney announced, 4 of 7 city council members instructed the city attorney to not oppose the appellant's brief, but to write a brief that actually supported it. And this is a breach of contract. It puts the city at great risk. It really is the local equivalent of going nuclear. It's a very desperate move. And it puts the city at risk of literally tens of millions or maybe $100 million in damages. It could bankrupt the city. I think people need to understand what a desperate move this was and how ill-conceived it was. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, that brings us back to the consent calendar. According to my notes, we have removed item J. We've continued item J6, continued item J4. H13 has been removed by staff, and the sponsor removed item J2. So we'll be voting on the remainder of the consent calendar items. Do you agree with that, City Clerk?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I
So
move
moved.
Okay, motion by Martinez and second by,
no, I
I'll leave
move the
the-
item.
Yeah, and I'll second the item.
second by,
Always in competition.
all right, second by Johnson. So Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent.
So I believe that brings us down to J1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You want to read that, please?
Yes, item J1 is to receive a report from the Implementation Subcommittee of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force and consider adding a standing item on the regular City Council third Tuesday agenda to receive an update.
Hello.
Mr. Mayor, can I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this item is on the agenda. Both myself and Councilmember Jimenez are bringing it forward. And as the clerk stated, it's to receive a report from the Implementation Subcommittee of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. But there's the second part of it, or the additional part of it, is to add a standing item on the regular City Council third Tuesday agenda. So every third Tuesday, we would have a report from this implementation subcommittee. So I was thinking perhaps I could make the motion and get a second potentially and move the item in terms of this, putting it on the agenda every third Tuesday first, and then hear the presentation. We have Deborah Small from the task force who will be giving the presentation. Mr. Mayor, is that appropriate?
I think the idea is they're going to give a presentation, right?
Yes, but can I first, we also have to have a vote on doing this every third Tuesday.
I don't think we do. We talked about this before. You know, any council member can put anything they want to on the agenda, and if you want to put it on, just do it. So
Yes, but it's like, I know Councilmember Bates has, I think it's, on the first Tuesday, he's either going to have the RPD report as a regular item or the Public Works. And then on the fourth Tuesday, it'll be one or the other as well. So these are regular items every month. And so I want to make sure, I was told by Trina that we needed, by Trina, who's the council liaison, that Councilmember Bates had to have a vote to do it as a regular item. And I would like to propose that.
Well, look, I'm going to rule as chair that you don't have to vote on it. You know, we have the report of the city manager. We have a report on the wastewater plant. We have a report on Point Melody. They were all put on there at the request of council members without a vote. So I think if you want to put it on there, just do it.
So would that be on a regular basis rather than?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So we don't have to resubmit it every third Tuesday?
As chair, that's my ruling. You have the right to do that. So.
Mayor, may I ask for some clarification?
Yes.
My understanding is that the request is to place this on automatically without a council member having to ask every month. And we're trying to treat all of these requests similarly and have the city council provide the direction so there wouldn't have to be a staff report every month.
Past practice has been that a council member can ask for an item to be put on as a recurring item. We've done that before. I did it with the wastewater plant. I did it with Point Melody. I did it with the city manager's report. And there may have been others. So I don't know if you guys want to change the practice and have a vote on it, go to it, but I don't think we need to do it.
Well, I would like to do it just to be on the safe side so it doesn't cause problems.
Well, okay, look, make a motion. Let's vote on it.
Okay, I move that we hold every third Tuesday, an agenda item that delivers a report from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force Implementation Subcommittee. And I also want to state that it should be agendized at the top where the reports are, at the top of the agenda before open forum, and that it just be stated monthly report from the Implementation Subcommittee of the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force.
I second the item.
Okay, we have a second by Martinez. Is there, Councilmember Willis?
Yeah, no, as a point of order, before we take any vote whatsoever, I would prefer personally that we hear the presentation and do any public comment before making any decisions ahead of time. That I'm more comfortable with that. I do not want to vote on this right now without hearing from public and without hearing the presentation first.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members? Do we have members of the public who want to speak on this item?
Well,
Yes, we do have one public speaker.
Don't we need to hear the presentation first?
Well, here's what I don't understand. If you have to vote on it in order to put it on the agenda, then it should not be on the agenda right now. It should be on next month.
No, this is for October's. I did write an agenda report.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I still think we need to, if we're going to vote on something, we have to have we have to have public speakers. So I'm going to call the public speakers.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Point
may.
of order, Mr. Mayor.
The city attorney, go ahead.
I was going to say that if you go ahead and have your presenter do the presentation, you can then call public comment on both aspects of this item. They're very related. And call public comment once, and then you can take your vote after. Unless you want to do 2 rounds of public comment on this item, I would suggest that you do it that way.
Okay, all right, well, let's go ahead with the presentation then.
Okay, I would like to turn it over to Deborah Small, who's on the implementation subcommittee of the task force. And Deborah, please share with us your report.
Can I start now?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. Okay, good evening, Mayor Butt, Vice Mayor Demlis, and members of the Richmond City Council. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight to provide an update on the progress of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force Implementation Committee. The Implementation Committee is a subgroup of the task force that is charged with working with city staff to manage implementation of the 4 proposals approved and budgeted by City Council in June 2021. As you may recall, the 4 approved proposals included expanded funding for Youth Works to increase employment and training opportunities for Richmond youth, increased funding to programs provided much needed services to our growing population of unsheltered people, increased support for the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which has worked diligently and successfully to reduce gun violence in Richmond, and funding for a new program to enable an alternative response to community mental health crises that does not rely on law enforcement as first responders. The program will be known as the Community Crisis Response Program. The Implementation Committee includes 2 members from the various task force working groups that developed the 4 proposals, working with city staff, as well as departmental stakeholders and community resource supports. I'm going to report on each proposal subgroup in order. The first one is Youth Works. And I want to focus on the benefits so far of the council's decision to reallocate more funding to Youth Works. As a result of that, the program was able to increase from 175 youth to be serviced last year to a maximum of 500 for this year. The number of hours covered have been increased from 100 to 300 hours, and the age range has been expanded up to age 24 for this program that will last for a year. Currently, there are more than 300 youth work participants employed at more than 70 sites throughout the city. These sites include various departments of City of Richmond local government, other governmental agencies, nonprofit organizations, community-based organizations, and small businesses, educational institutions and local public schools, and also healthcare providers. In addition to the 300 youth that are currently employed, there's an additional 100 plus youth that have applied for the program, but their applications have yet to be processed. Youth Works, unfortunately, is hampered by insufficient program staffing. Currently, there are only 2 people providing services for approximately 300 participants. Money was allocated by City Council for 2 additional employment specialists, but they have yet to be hired. There seems to be some confusion at HR regarding what the process is for hiring Youth Work staff. My hope is that by bringing this to City Council's attention, you'll be able to work with them to clarify that issue. Tomorrow, Wednesday, October 20th, the Task Force Implementation Committee will host the first of a series of community conversations about the 4 funded programs. The community conversations will take place on the 3rd Wednesday of each month from 6 to 7 p.m. The Zoom link for the meetings is on the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Task Force webpage. The first conversation will focus on Youth Works, and it will provide additional information about the program, as well as to recount some of the experiences of the youth participants. The second program deals with unsheltered interventions, and specifically the work that the implementation team is doing with Safe Organized Spaces. Safe Organized Spaces Richmond has a goal of coordinating care for our unhoused neighbors in Greater Richmond. The workforce development model currently employs 18 unhoused leaders. The streets team is composed of unhoused encampment dwellers who are employed at a decent wage to address conditions in 3 environmental contexts: supporting neighborhoods on quality of life issues related to homelessness, improving conditions at encampments, and empowering the development of emergency housing solutions. Right now, SOS deploys 3 intervention activities for building coordinated care in partnership with unhoused and nearby neighbors, community leaders, grassroots organizations, and public and private sector partners. These 3 intervention activities are local stewardship to collect trash and establish relationships. Neighborhood stewards bring people to showers and integrate with neighborhood efforts. Mobile engagement, which provides neighborhood and encampment outreach. Teams conduct trash removal and disposal. They work to build trust with unhoused and housed neighbors, and they act as a liaison for problem solving. The third intervention is mobile infrastructure to improve access to basic amenities. These mobile teams deploy toilets, water, showers, power, wastewater, and access to tents, RV homes, and sleeping cabins. Safe Organized Spaces seeks city partnership and community engagement and planning to improve streetscape and freeway conditions along the Caltrans right-of-way that serves as the East Bay's gateway to Richmond. And it's also where unsheltered populations reside in conditions unsuitable for habitation. The Task Force Implementation Committee is also assisting SOS in the development of qualitative consumer-based metrics for measuring program outcomes. The community conversation on unhoused interventions will take place on the 3rd Wednesday of November. Office of Neighborhood Safety. ONS wants to say that it appreciates that the Richmond community acknowledges the importance of violence interruption as playing a significant role in public safety. ONS is grateful that City Council has increased funding in the current fiscal year that will enable them to expand their reach and effectiveness. With the new resources, ONS has requested a new organizational chart and salary schedule for existing and newly created positions. ONS and HR are in regular communications to successfully implement the task force's recommendations. HR has committed to make this happen by early November, and ONS expects to be able to post its job openings then. With that timeline, they expect to have new employees starting by January of 2022. ONS is also in conversations with school officials and anticipate that they will contract to provide services for students in 4 schools over the next calendar year. ONS is also working with the Task Force Implementation Committee to ensure that the increased funding will be utilized to help the community stay safe and healthy. We ask that City Council and the Richmond community have patience as they move forward. The community conversation on ONS will take place on the third Wednesday in January. The fourth program is the Community Crisis Response Program. The CCR team is intended to respond to mental health and substance abuse crises. The goals are to have 24/7 emergency dispatch staff and a team, including a medic and 2 community responders who will have mental health training and roots in the Richmond community. The CCRP Implementation Subcommittee is comprised of interim fire chief, the head of 911 dispatch, city staff, along with community resource members. They have been meeting on a regular basis with county health officials and are expecting to have their program design completed by the end of 2021 and begin the hiring process in early 2022. The CCRP team is currently reaching out to community-based organizations to proactively develop partnerships and implementation support. The community conversation on the CCRP will take place on the third Wednesday in December. And that is the end of my formal report.
Are there any questions from council members?
I just wanted to say thank you.
Go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
I just wanted to say thank you to Deborah for that really extraordinary work that they're doing, that report on the work that they're doing. I do want to make sure my co-sponsor on this item, Councilmember Jimenez, has an opportunity to say remarks as well.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Deborah, for the incredible presentation and all the work that the community and this task force has done despite all the attacks by some of the leaders. I think like having that number of over 300 youth employed is tremendous. And having all the work like ONS is a national well-known program that had proven results here, and having more people, peacekeepers on the streets to prevent gun violence is going to be really important. And just to have another way to serve our community in need, especially when they are having mental health issues, it will be important. So looking forward to that. I have a question for the city manager, and it's about, you mentioned, Deborah, that the youth work, we approved some more staffing. We know it's like 120 vacancies, even though the city is working, trying to fill them, but it's very important that the vacancies in the youth work, especially with this program, are filled. So I'm just wondering what is happening, if you can give us a report about that.
Sure. So it's important that we fill all of our vacancies, and Human Resources is working very hard on doing that. And I don't know if our HR director or interim HR director would like to speak more on that. And also Jim Nantel is available.
Good evening, council members and Mayor. Mark Fox, Interim Director of Human Resources. As noted in the report, Human Resources is actively working with ONS regarding their additional funding. We are in regular contact as well with Jim Nantel over on employment and training in terms of addressing their needs. The council has asked for a monthly report on how we are addressing the recruitment and vacancies within the city. And HR is preparing a monthly report that we will give to the city on our recruitment efforts to fill our vacancies.
And Councilmember Jimenez's questions, I think, was specific to Youth Works. Is there any specific update on that?
If I could respond to that. Provide that at a later date.
I'm Jim Nantel, and I'm the interim division head for employment and training. And as you know, your item tonight relative to the reorganization included position controlled lists that are part of the packet that you would be approving tonight. And we have 4 vacancies that cannot be filled until those position control documents are approved by this council. So that's what's holding us up at this point in being able to hire all of the positions that you added for the Youth Works program.
But so these are not positions that were approved last time with the budget?
No, when the budget direction from the council did indicate that we should budget for the funding. But as I understand it, the council's previous actions in the past requires the council to approve the position control list before any of the departments can fill the positions that were funded as a result of the recommendations of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. So the same thing exists for the people in O&S. Those positions cannot move forward in the process until the position control document that is part of that item that was on your agenda the last 2 weeks is approved by the council.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for clarifying that, but I have a problem with the thing about the list. Like, I think like if there is, this has been priorities for city council, and I am expecting that as that is priority, that these items come to the city council and not wait for this big package, because the big package is, as we are seeing, it has some issues, and now then is backing up us in terms of being able to hire these important positions. So I just think that it needs to be another strategy from you all that allow us to make sure that we move and be filling vacancies in a way that is important. And we have given council direction to say that these programs are important. So I am hoping that this is also what the staff is bringing, what council direction has been given to staff. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes, I'd like to reiterate what Councilmember Jimenez has said. There are positions that we have approved in terms of funding, and I don't believe they should be held up because of a larger picture, which we haven't actually been able to see all the details of. So I would suggest the staff make agenda items that will provide for the positions that we have already funded.
Okay, any other questions from council members? I have one question. It's my understanding that in the past, and even the recent past, HR has gone through a recruitment process without the position actually being approved, with the idea that we can't actually hire that person until it's approved. But I don't think there's anything that stops us from going through the recruitment processes. Is that accurate?
That is correct. And there are some, that is a limited, that happens in limited cases to try and make sure that we're moving as quickly as possible. And there are several recruitments underway that has that is in that situation, that we're trying to make sure we're ready to hire the second that we have the authority.
Well, I think my point is that the failure to pass the organization chart and position control document has been an impediment to hiring. And I believe I'm hearing you agree now that that's not accurate, that HR could go ahead and do the recruitment, and when the position is approved, then they could actually bring somebody on. So,
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add more information. That is the case in a couple of the positions in employment and training HR did go forward and did the recruitment. We cannot appoint to fill those vacancies off those recruitment lists until, you approve the position control. But yes, we have already gone forward with the recruitment.
I
And I
understand.
will also be looking at some additional submittals to make sure that we have all of the submittals from employment and training for requisitions for positions that are already authorized. So we need to follow up on that too.
Okay, do we have any public speakers on this item?
Yes, we have 3.
Okay, call them, please.
Okay, I have Don Gosney, Sarah Cantor, and Helen Barnett. Don Gosney, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the information that we heard here tonight. It was a very well put together report. I've been on the task force since the very beginning, and with the exception of one meeting where I had a dead link to the Zoom meeting, I've attended every meeting from start to finish. The task force is supposed to have 21 persons on it. This subcommittee has 8 persons on it, and they are speaking on behalf of not only the subcommittee, but for all intents and purposes, they're speaking on behalf of the full task force. But what we heard here tonight, we have not heard at our task force meetings. Some of it, yes, but overwhelmingly, most of it, this is the first time that we are hearing it. So not only did we not get a chance to hear it, we did not get a chance to weigh in on it and even to vote on it, to say that this is what we want the public to know about the task force. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. I had a discussion, thanks to Councilmember Jimenez, I had an opportunity to speak with the head of the Youth Works program. She answered a great many of the questions I have. But one of the concerns I've got is that we are paying these, I say we, the city of Richmond is paying for these 300 plus young people, and we're paying them a little over a little over $15 an hour. But we have a Richmond living wage ordinance in place for the past 20 plus years that said essentially would require them to be paid about $4 an hour more than that. And I have not gotten a satisfactory response to help me understand why the city of Richmond is exempt from their own living wage ordinance. Also, these are tax dollars being paid for these, and we're actually subsidizing local businesses, some of which are small, some of which are not so small. And some of these businesses aren't even in Richmond. So, I mean, it's a lot of questions that need to be answered about how the funding for the Youth Works tax or work projects are being handled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you so much. Just wanted to thank Deborah for a great presentation. Also wanted to respond to some of what y'all just heard from Don Gosney. Just wanted to point out that what Deborah gave was a report back about the implementation work that was happening. There was nothing that needed to be voted on there. It's simply a factual report about what has been occurring. I also have been present at almost every task force meeting, and I have heard that information at the task force meeting. So that claim is bizarre and confusing. So wanted to encourage other people from the public to also join the task force meetings and see for yourself what's happening there, because there's a lot of good information being shared, and the community conversation is about the Youth Works program is going to be wonderful. Really hope to see everyone out there tomorrow night. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Helen Barnett, and the following 5 speakers after that are Randy Joseph, Tamisha Walker, Marisol Cantu, Mark Wasberg, and Andres Soto. Helen Barnett, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, my question is this. I've been watching these meetings going on back to August. And my question would be to people who wanted the programs for the youth, which is all good. We can't really argue against this, but this seems to be a pattern with this group. Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Martinez, Dimlish Johnson, and Mr. Willis. And I'm even throw Ms. Jimenez in there as well. In August, you guys had a meeting to parade these programs around, almost like you were being a peacock. And to me, I'm not about showing out, because showing out normally just takes away from the work. And if you were really serious about your programs, this Reimagine program, then why didn't you set aside a meeting to take care of these things back in August instead of trying to deal with, putting it off to be a peacock? So that being said, meaning just to show off. And so to me, it always seems like people want to show off as opposed to just doing the work. If you guys are really about the community and the work. The other problem I have too with you guys with the Reimagine, again, I'm not mad at the Reimagine, but this is where I don't think you guys think outside the box. The community needs safety. The community needs monitoring. I don't have a problem looking out for people that have just gotten out of jail. But like I said again, if you're not looking at senior citizens and children, then you really aren't measuring how well a community is performing. And that should be your gauge. It shouldn't be how well somebody got out of jail is doing. You got everybody can coexist. I have no problem with that. I believe we can all live together. And Richmond would be a good place if you could do that. But I don't know if that's a priority of yours to try to make sure folks don't do donuts, folks don't speed, and people, when they're walking across the street and living in the community, just have a decent place when they're minding their own business.
Thank you. Next speaker is Randy Joseph. Randy, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. Hello, my name is Randy Joseph, and I am part of the task force. One, I wanted to talk about, thank you for the report for what the implementation team is doing to show the progress that is going on. I would like to also invite people to come out on Thursday to talk about what the Youth Works has done and what the progress is. I've personally seen a youth being placed at a job who is now permanently hired at the job that otherwise would have had a chance to be able to get into that part of the career and able to go forward. So that is one of the success stories that I really want to get forward, go through on Thursday. I also want to talk about that. And overall, the task force and the work is not done. And we're looking at many other things like the other guy talked about. It's just not just these programs. It's just a first step in a long process to reimagine public safety and what safety is. And then there's other things that are coming down the pipeline. I also want to push back to what Don Gosney says. He does come to the meetings, but half the time he's paying attention to school board meetings and must be missing a lot of the things that are going on because a lot of this stuff has been said previously in other meetings and has come back. Also, he has been known about this subcommittee for a long time, and he's able to get information about this whenever he wants. For some reason, he refuses to. And it's kind of frustrating that I hear him talk about this all the time, where he can readily get this information, and he refuses to go about to get it. And people have been open about this since the beginning. I can't wait to hear more about the programs, more about what the task force is going to do going forward, and the work is going to take place. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tamisha Walker. Tamisha, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Richmond. This is Tamisha Walker, co-founder, executive director of Safe Return Project, and member of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I would like to say that when we agreed upon an implementation committee, we knew that there would be individuals from the full committee that would be working tirelessly to implement the recommendations. We should trust them. We should trust that the implementation process is happening in an equitable way. Implementation is the hardest process of advocacy around public policy. We know that when we push for policy change and budget and justice reinvestment through budgets, that implementation can be very arduous and cannot meet the needs of the community. I trust everybody on the implementation committee, and I hope that they are doing justice by our community, as I know they will. I also want to say that I agree with Task Force member Gosney and that we should pay young people more. So maybe we need a budget adjustment to make sure that we are meeting the needs of young people considering our current economic climate today. I also want to say again, in the words of James Baldwin, revolution is changing the moral climate when it seems to be impossible, and you have to change it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Marisol Cantu. Marisol, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, this is Marisol Cantu, a third generation Richmond resident and a Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force member, as well as a member of the ad hoc committee, the subcommittee of the task force, which is known as the Implementation Subcommittee. And I want to shed light on how that has been operating since it's under such scrutiny from Don Gosney, one of the task force members, who refuses to engage in this work and has never stepped into one of the subcommittee groups, nor volunteered his time to engage with this work. This is all volunteer work from community members. And so I invite him to engage a little bit more. And so the implementation subcommittee is comprised of people from the fire department, from the Richmond Police Department, from city staff, from the community services department, to the task force members, and as well, hopefully, is in more consulting. We give updates in our meeting on Wednesdays, the fourth Wednesday of every month. All the community is invited, and you can go back to the public meetings. I also want to just invite all of our community that Wednesday at 6 o'clock, that is tomorrow, there is a community conversation. As our colleague Deborah said, this is tomorrow. You can find the information on the Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, and we encourage everybody to come. There will be youth workers sharing their experiences, as well as people who have benefited from this program for over 20 years. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mark Wasberg. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I never heard of a 24-year-old youth. See, this is one problem about all these lies that's coming around. You know, you try to tell you're going to have all these youth working, and when you hit 18, you go to jail. You don't go to juvenile hall. Now, all these jobs you're saying you're going to give these people, how much they're going to be paid? They're going to have benefits, or they're going to be working 20, 30 years at the job, or they're going to be able to retire. See, you're not saying that. It's just a flyby job. And this clown, Randy Johnson, is saying, well, the ONS works behind the scenes. So how can we know what ONS is doing when they're working behind the scenes and nobody knows what they're doing? You're going to give these people $1.5 million to work in secret? See, this is how dumb this whole thing is. Now, you talk about the violence. I've been there for 6 years. I've seen the dead bodies. I filmed it, documented it, been there. I didn't see the ONS do anything. How many guns did they take off the streets? I want to know. I want to see statistics. I want to see would the Richmond PD work with these people, and I want to see numbers. So far, they haven't came up with nothing at all. And this task force is going to fall flat on its face because you got a bunch of idiots on the RPA is running this whole show. And I'll guarantee it's not going to go through. It's all a bunch of activists, a bunch of anarchists try to get a paycheck for something that's going to fall flat on their face. And all these homeless people, they're just too lazy to go out and get a job. They don't have mental illness. They're just out there being stupid. I see it every day. Elsa Brandy in Richmond. Young kids, 18, in their early 20s, acting stupid, living out on the street. See what I'm saying? This task force ain't nothing but a joke. It's all a bunch of lies, and it's going to fall flat on its ass.
Your time has expired. Next speaker is Andres Soto, and the following speaker after that is Eli. Andres Soto, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. And thanks to Council members McLaughlin and Jimenez for putting this item on the agenda. And I do support the committee. I support the subcommittee, or the task force and the subcommittee. And I think it's important that you add a standing item to the agenda to keep informed. You know, one of the things, having served as a planning commissioner and on many other bodies in the city of Richmond, there is robust discussion and there is a debate of ideas that is healthy. Now, not everybody gets their way, and you see how some people are, acting out very stereotypically, and that's, part of the political landscape. But I think what we all have to keep in mind, the reason for this task force was that there was a need for a real change in how this city has approached safety and public safety for generations. Richmond Police Department has historically been notorious for its violence, and that while it reduced for some time, there was a period of no police shootings. Things are, you have to keep on top of it. And one of the most important things I learned in the many years of working in gun violence prevention is that when you take preventative action, you will never be able to fully quantify things that you prevented. When we passed the local gun dealer ordinance and pushed it around the state, we had a 91% drop, more than any other state in the union, in licensed gun dealers, and our gun violence went down. Now we got people exploiting us from out of state. Thank you.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker is Eli. Eli, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, Eli Moore, Richmond resident. Hello, Richmond. Hello, council. There are tons of numbers about ONS's amazing work. Since ONS's inception, gun violence in the city has gone down 82%. There's studies. There's so many TV specials about ONS. And the people in the community know about ONS anyway, so this is just haterism in the kind of like politics realm. I want to celebrate and just thank the task force and all the community members that have been working on the implementation. It's huge. I think expanding employment, expanding a whole new way to respond to mental health crisis and drug addiction or substance issues that actually invests in people and meets their needs is what's needed, and it's widely popular. And the only reason why folks keep attacking people in the task force personally is because those proposals are widely popular and they were actually needed. So I just want to thank everybody for that work, and that's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, any, go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to make it clear how people can get to the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force website. I actually think that perhaps IT can find an easier way for people to get to it. But the way to get to it right now, go to the city's website, ci.richmond.ca.us, and click on public safety, and then click on Reimagining Public Safety. And you will see the information and the Zoom link for the community conversation tomorrow, Wednesday at 6 o'clock. And now I want us to move on that vote that we already made the motion for, to schedule a third Tuesday regular report from the implementation subcommittee. Which
So,
is
motion by McLaughlin.
I think Claudia.
Who made the second?
It was Councilmember Martinez.
Oh,
Councilor Martinez, okay. I had a couple of questions before we take a vote. Are meetings of the implementation task force, are they public meetings? Are they Brown Act meetings?
My understanding is they are not. A lot of subcommittee meetings, we have subcommittee meetings as the council that are not Brown Act.
That is correct. They are not Brown Act meetings.
Okay.
Well, I think that's a big problem, and I think it's something that Don Gosney brought up. I mean, you guys are welcome to agendize a report from anybody. That's your privilege as city council members. But I think the fact that they are not bound by the Brown Act, They don't have to have public meetings. They can meet in secret. I don't think that's a good thing. I think you ought to reconsider whether that's really appropriate. And I've heard a lot of complaints about it, you know, over the life of the reimagining public safety.
Mr. Mayor, let me just comment that we have been talking with the attorney's office to revisit that question as to whether we should be making these Brown Act, and they are looking at that right now.
Well, I have no reason to dispute the finding that you're not bound by the Brown Act. That's typical of subcommittees that don't comprise a quorum. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the appropriateness of it, not the legality of it. To have a subcommittee that meets in private, public doesn't know what they're doing, and then they come to the city council every month and report on what they're doing.
So Mayor, but I think it's important that you know that
wait,
the subcommittee
Miss Small,
reports to the task force.
Miss
But
Small,
you're
you
saying
do not
things
have the
that
floor.
are not true. Okay.
You do not have the floor. Okay. So you've had your chance. You've talked for about 10 minutes. I just want a couple of minutes. So I'm concerned about that. The second thing is that while I think these programs are all good programs, I will never get over the fact that the money to operate them was taken from the police budget. I think that was a terrible mistake, and for that reason, I don't support the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. I don't support the way they've gone about this, you know, doing it to the detriment of our police. And then finally, I'm very skeptical about the Community Crisis Response Program. Frankly, I don't think it's going to work. You know, if it does, that's great, but I'm skeptical of it. And you know, every week we get on several Facebook pages that come out of the police department, we get some pretty detailed reports of police activities. And they respond to a lot of mental related crises, and all of them, they do a good job. Actually, most of them involve weapons of some kind or another, and so police response is not only appropriate, but and the final thing of it is when they respond to these. You know, there's never violence. They don't go out and kill people and shoot people. They typically take care of these crises in a very professional manner. And I just don't think there's any indication that, at least in Richmond, that the police have failed to do this. So I'm not a fan of this. I'm not going to support it. I wish you guys the best, but I'm not going to vote for it. So let's call for the vote.
Okay. I do think, Mr. Mayor, there's, I see Councilmember Jimenez's hand up.
Well, go ahead. Councilmember Jimenez, you want to say something else?
Yeah, I think like one thing is not supported and one thing is attacking, and I hope that you just stop attacking and putting lies. And one thing that I will say is that it's proven that and even Chief French and many other officers have said that police should not be responding to mental health issues. Whether they respond well or not, it's better to have the right personnel to respond to our community. And what we are trying to do here, and I think like this is the case with what the task force is doing, is trying to make sure that we are serving our community in the best way possible with the personnel that needs to be there. And because we don't want, like, yes, the police can do some of the job, but it's not what our community is saying that is needed. So we are trying to shift the way that we are serving our community so it gets better is all. So let's go for the vote. Thank
Well, I
you.
told you I wish you luck. I'm just skeptical. I just don't think it's going to work. So,
Well, you should be as a leader, just and instead of saying, oh, no, you should be just kind of like, let's support this, let's see how it goes. But it's just like, it's so frustrating to have a leader like you that is just like attacking things that haven't even
I said I wish you
started.
success. I just don't think it's going
Thank
to work.
you. Thank you.
So let's take a vote.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no and Councilmember Bates absent.
Okay, so item J2 was removed from the agenda. Item J3, Councilmember Bates wanted us to hold it over because he couldn't be here tonight. Item J4 has been removed from the agenda. Item J5, I believe, is still on the agenda. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, well, would you read item J5, please?
Yes, item J5 is to direct city staff members to issue a request for proposals for a consultant with experience analyzing emergency services data. The RFP would be released 45 days from the date of approval, returned to council for RFP approval by January 11th, 2022, with an onboard date of January 31st, 2022.
Okay, that is, let's see, that's Councilmember Jimenez and McLaughlin. Would one of you like to introduce it, please?
Yeah, I can start. This item is to provide us and the community with accurate information about how the city is delivering emergency services as we seek to provide efficient and effective resources in our community. Our public safety services should be data-driven and responsive to resident needs. We have been hearing from many residents the need to improve the emergency services. Having this analysis of emergency services will give us a picture of how we are serving our residents, what we are doing, and what to know, detailed examples that can guide us to improve the services and guarantee that our community gets the right services. So this is the reason why I am co-sponsored with Councilor McLaughlin, putting this to really make sure that all of us know what are the calls, what services are we giving, what priorities they are putting on in the 911, and how we improve that as we continue to move this conversation around public safety in our community.
Okay,
I don't know if you want to add something, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Anything, Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I just want to echo what you said, Councilmember Jimenez, and to really drive home the point about how important data is in order to really understand where we're at and where we need to go. And this item will clearly provide us this data, so we're not just talking in the abstract. We'll have some concrete figures to deal with, and from there we could move forward in a really responsible way in helping our community. So thank you, Councilmember Jimenez, for taking the lead on this, and I hope we will approve it.
Okay, are any questions from other council members? Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my question is to the sponsor or even to staff, because I've seen that there's a 45-day timeline. Has there been any coordination with staff to get their input on that 45 days?
Yes, actually, it was Trina who suggested, and we were like, I had a shorter, and Trina suggested this timeline, and we coordinated that.
Okay. All right. To city, I'm assuming the city manager or other city staff is going to be having to craft the RFP. So I just want to ask the city manager, like your input on with the timeline and everything. Is that actually feasible with everything happening in the city?
It is, as best I know right now, it should be feasible.
Okay. All right. No, thank you for that. And the reason I was asking is because I've been doing more of an effort to check in with staff just because of overall morale. And I know that they're constantly juggling a million things every other week, constantly working on the go, and that's having a bad impact. I know that just from talking, and I want to make sure that we're being conscientious on realistic benchmarks and seeing what's urgent versus what, can take time for more discussion, because I am concerned about staff morale and some of the feedback that I've been listening to, and it's making me feel bad as a decision maker, and I don't want to be abusive or take our staff for granted. So I just been noticing that a lot. Haven't said anything and just felt the need to say it right now. But overall, I don't have an issue with it, but I do want to be more conscientious on the impact that we're having on the overall organization as we move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Welles, for your consideration. And this is why we are pushing to fill the vacancies, because this is what is important. We need to have the staffing adequate so we can move forward these things. But it's also something that we have been discussing with the city manager, with other staff, because at the end of the day, what we want is that we can have the data so that we can make decisions, and this is an attempt to do that. And I agree with you. I think morale is low because we have these vacancies and we need to fill it so that people are not overworked. So thank you for asking that.
Any other questions from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we have 2 public speakers.
Okay, go ahead and call the public speakers.
I have 3 now. I have Mark Wasberg, Andres Soto, and Benjamin Terrio. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
You hear me?
Yes.
Well, you want data, you council members go out there in the streets and have it right along with the Richmond PD like I did, seeing the dead bodies, chasing criminals around Richmond, huh? That's your data right there. You want data? Go talk to the chief. She'll give you data. I don't see you go out in the streets. Why don't you go out and confront these criminals and get your data? That Claudia, she's just talking out of her butt, man. She don't know what she's talking about. Don't know a damn thing about Richmond. I was out there in the heyday of the violence. I got my data. I got the dead bodies. I got the beatings. 99% of the homicides were blacks killing blacks. Your average killer in Richmond right now is between 16 and 25 in black. That's your average. That's where all the criminals are at. Iron Triangle, South Side, and North Richmond. There's your data right there. 6 years I filmed the violence. I'll give you plenty of data. You guys don't know nothing. You want to come, you want the police to be on the spot in a minute? You're cutting services, you're cutting out the police. Well, sure, you ain't going to have no response because you have no police to response. This is how stupid the whole thing is. All you do is sit there and talk, and you don't want to go out in the streets and see the blood for yourself. I've been there. I did that 6 years. I filmed the blood and the tears, especially among the black community. There's been 360 homicides since 2004. That's your data. 99% of them blacks killing blacks. That's your data, lady. I could give you plenty of data. I'll show you my documentary. I'll show you data of blood and tears and beatings, people in comas. That's your data. But you don't want to hear. All you do is want to sit there on your ass and talk about we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Why the Richmond police is not sponsoring? Because of you people. That's why the PD is not responding.
Your time has expired. Next speaker is Andres Soto. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the council members who put this on the agenda. because we have to be a data-driven society when we have broad public policies, and particularly, when you hear the kind of rhetoric coming from the prior speaker, which are vague generalities and appeals to emotion, as opposed to looking at real facts. And that's what needs to drive these discussions, particularly around emergency services, because for years we've heard sort of like the benchmark that 80% of the calls responded to by the fire department are non-fire related. They're mostly emergency medical kind of things. And so if that is shown to be true through the data analysis, and we are really trying to imagine public safety, fire department includes public safety. And Richmond is unique in that it is not part of Contra Costa Consolidated Fire Department. And I think that's mostly for political reasons, not for fiscal reasons. And so I think that if the data show that, then that's something this council needs to take into consideration moving forward, is whether or not Richmond can afford to keep its own fire department, and whether or not we should join the rest of the county in a consolidated fire district in order to actually provide the fire services that they're trained to do. I know they're also EMTs, but if we move to a model where it's more emergency medical response, responding to emergency medical situations, I think the city will be fiscally and policy better off. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Benjamin Terrio, and the following four speakers after that are Lisa Johnson, Russell Kayangang, Helen Barnett, and Richmond firefighters. Benjamin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Ursula. Ben Terrio, President Richmond POA. We highly support this. It's a very good data measure and provides perspective on the
Hello? Hello?
We lost you, Ben. Can you hear us?
Try it again. Ben?
Yeah, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can go ahead.
Sorry, I already thought I did. No, I'm Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. We're highly supportive of this. We think it's going to provide good perspective on response from 911 calls, police and otherwise. And it's something that the citizens of Richmond deserve, is efficient services. On top of that, it will provide some real facts on how things are delivered. And that's very important as well. It's something that we brought up in the Richmond Reimagine Commission as well. So thank you for that, and look forward to seeing the results.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, good evening again, council members and staff. I was wondering if you could please clarify for the public where the $25,000 is actually coming from. I didn't see that in the agenda report, so I'd appreciate that clarification. And second, I was wondering if you could just, in reading between the lines in the agenda item, if you could clarify for the public what the intent of this analysis really truly is. And is this really being done to still try and fund an independent dispatch center for the community mobile crisis response team? Or if you're trying to withdraw money from police and fire to now support something with respect to that mobile community crisis team. That's really not clear what the intent is here. And I think that needs to be clarified for the public and how that will affect future funding for RPD and fire with respect to that. Since this crisis team is actually going to have a fire EMT component and an RPD police officer component to it as well. So the community really needs to understand what's going on here. And right now, I think we're seeing a bunch of smoke and mirrors and not seeing what the true intent is behind this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Russell Kayang. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I agree with the points made by Mr. Soto earlier. Also, just want to add that as we look to the future, especially long term for our cities throughout this state, we have to reimagine top to bottom all of our public safety systems, including our fire services. And then second, just want to point out that the first speaker, Mr. Wasberg, was stating incorrect information, and he's the same person that has a record of throwing cold water on homeless people to stealing campaign signs. So he's not really worth listening to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Hewlin Barnett. Hewlin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hewlin?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. No, I mean, the data, I think one place where you could clearly start with data, but I don't know if it's really something Mr. Willis, Mr. Johnson, or Mr. Martinez, or even Ms. McLaughlin really want to talk about, which is the donuts that are done in Richmond. And what's so incredible, because we know there's probably at least 40 to 50 intersections where they do it. They do it in front of schools. And I can give you one place, Bloom and whatever the street is where the only theater we have and where there's a school, they do it at night. So, I mean, if you really wanted data, I don't think those people want the data. I don't think they even want to talk about it because they have, again, their own agenda, and they pretty much will determine whatever it is for the next year or two, what we get from the city of Richmond. Even if we said we wanted cameras at traffic lights, that would not be a priority of those folks because they believe that's an intrusion on folks who are being irresponsible to the community. So that being said, and I really want to make sure I'm clear, because the coolest part in the last meeting that I had when Mr. Martinez responded to something about the housing authority, I don't know if he was asleep, if he had dementia, or if he was drunk. Mr. Willis, I don't even know if he was awake. Most of the time when I see him in meetings, I don't know if he's, awake. I mean, maybe he didn't get enough sleep at night. So I don't know what's going on with him. So when I look at you guys and Mr. Johnson, this is kind of like a game for him, whatever his ambitions as a politician, it's a joke. So when I see people who are not genuine to just making sure, again, the benchmark should be, can seniors walk the street? And can children ride their bikes in their neighborhoods? That should be the benchmark. Anything less than that is basically a can of shit.
Next speaker is Emily Ross. Emily, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and community. Just wanted to thank the sponsors for putting this item forward. It seems a lot of us have theories about the emergencies residents call about in Richmond and the services we're currently providing. And a thorough data analysis could help us get on the same page about what the actual needs are and what the actual services are to help, guide our decision-making going forward. Regarding the question from community member Lisa Johnson, it seems the intent of this item is, as stated in the agenda report, was reiterated by sponsors Jimenez and McLaughlin, and was also supported by the leadership of our local police union, that with a clearer understanding of community needs and existing service delivery systems, our future service provision could improve to maximize efficiency and effectiveness in meeting the needs, the safety needs of our community, whatever those may be. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, any further questions from council members? Do we have a motion?
I move we approve the item.
I second.
Motion by Jimenez, is that right?
Second.
Yes.
Okay, and second by Martinez.
Correct.
Okay, before you vote, I just want to say, I actually agree with the proponents of this item, and I even agree with one of the speakers who said that decisions should be data driven. The only problem is this is about a year late. This should have happened before the task force began their work, so they'd have a foundation of fact to work on. What they've done, they've spent a year coming up with a plan that's largely built on speculation and anecdotes. And I think that the results of this will give us some data-driven information that will really be helpful in the future. So I support it. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that actually the reimagining task force use some of these data. There is a CAT data 911 call from the police that is in the Transparent Richmond, and they use that and they present it. So I think it hasn't been that speculative, but I think like one of the things that I saw in that data is that there is a lot of still some more information that it needs to be gathered that is not compiled in the CAT data that we have. So I invited you to look at that and look at all the presentation that the task force did, because it was a lot of information that they put there. So we should vote. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, call roll, please.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent.
So I believe that brings us to the end of our agenda. Next item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, general reports, including.
Oh, we have item H13.
Have what?
Item H13.
Oh, yes, H13. Okay. No, I thought H13 staff took that off the agenda. They didn't move it off the consent calendar.
It was removed by Councilmember Jimenez to be discussed.
Oh, okay, let's see.
Okay, item H13 is approval of a 5-year agreement with an option for an additional 2 years with the nonprofit group Mission Square Retirement for deferred compensation record-keeping services, and adopt 3 resolutions related to the establishment, management, and administration of 457 deferred compensation plan, a money purchase plan, and a retirement health savings plan. The initial 5-year contract term will coincide with the date that assets transition from the current record keepers over to Mission Square.
Okay, you took it off, Councilmember Jimenez. You have questions?
Yeah, I think I had sent a question to the HR interim director and Anil Comelo. Several questions around like we have 4 bookkeepers right now, and now we are going to 1. And I wanted to have a more layout of what they said, like that we are going to have some reduction in fees. And so I want to know like the comparison between the ones that we currently have with this one. What are the benefits, what actually our workers are getting off. And then we received some comments around issues related to how these Mission Square invest the money, and some concerns about anti-labor practice. So I just want the staff to be able to present, and if we have some more questions, be able to ask that question. This is the money that is our workers are going to put, and we want to make sure that they are going to receive the best quality services that we can get.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Mark Fox, Interim Director of Human Resources. Interim Director, interim deputy city manager Anil Camillo will also weigh in as needed. The city started this project a number of months ago by first hiring a technical expert, the highest group, to assist the city in developing a request for proposals in our deferred compensation program, which is an Internal Revenue Code 457 plan. The city currently has 4 record keepers. Each of the record keepers has its own lineup of funds. Both with the record keepers and with the lineup of funds, the city has not, the plan administrator, the HR director in the past has not done a thorough analysis, a thorough review of the program to ensure that employees are paying the lowest possible price to receive the highest possible value. Currently, plan participants through the record keeping costs are paying approximately $240,000 a year. And following the competitive process, moving to a single plan provider will have an annual cost with resulting savings of more than $200,000 per year. The savings are all to the benefit of the plan participants. The costs of the program of the record keeper are 100% borne by those that have an account. And so this moving the program from 4 record keepers to 1 record keeper saves the plan participants substantial sums of money. And over the 5-year term, the plan participants will save more than $1 million based on our $87 million of investments that employees currently have in the program. Following adoption and moving to the single record keeper, the city will then work with our technical expert, the highest group, to look at the fund lineup. There are substantial savings that will likely result in the fund lineup as well, excuse me, as a number of our funds have not, I'm sorry, none of our funds have been evaluated as of late to ensure that the funds are currently meeting or beating their benchmark and that the costs are relatively low compared to the investment return that employees are receiving. So that is the second part that will happen before we formally move into Mission Square. I did receive a question from one of our labor unions in terms of whether or not Mission Square is anti-labor. There seems to be some confusion, which is why Mission Square has changed their name. They were formerly ICMA-RC, the International City Management Association Retirement Corporation. And there seemed to be some confusion in terms of whether or not ICMA-RC, now Mission Square, participates in those pieces related to labor and policy issues. Mission Square, formerly ICMA-RC, does not engage in those kind of policy pieces. They're a nonprofit serving only public sector employers in terms of increasing those serving public sector employees. And their sole mission is to increase the financial stability and retirement income of public sector employees. They're distinct and different from any political considerations ICMA as a separate entity might have and do. They're not the same organization. They're totally different and distinct. So back to the staff report, it is to consolidate from 4 record keepers to 1 in the request for proposal. The city did receive 7 responses. One of our current record keepers, CalPERS, did not reply. Following a review and the technical evaluation that was submitted to the Human Resources Department by the highest group, 3 were invited for finalist interviews. The 3 were Mission Square, Nationwide, and Voya. Mission Square will bring a robust educational program for our employees, for the participants, so that as part of that educational effort, employees will be better equipped, better educated in their own financial security and how a supplement to their CalPERS pension through the deferred comp program can augment their pension and provide a healthier, greater sustainable retirement in their future. I'll stop there, see if the interim deputy city manager has any additional comments. As referenced, we do have someone from Mission Square that can answer any questions that the council may have as well.
Thanks, Mark. I just want to add a couple of things. One is just some statistics on the organization itself. Mission Square has about 1.6 million employees under contract with them. And if I get that wrong, please correct me, Oscar. By the way, we have Oscar Cruz, Senior Vice President from Mission Square, who reports directly to the CEO, as well as Dela Cabeza de Vaca, who is a certified financial planner, also from Mission Square. Some stats for you. So just as Mark said, we began this process many months ago. It's taken almost a year. We have followed all procurement policies as part of the process. And the cost, this employees are going to save about $241,000 each year, which means about $1.2 million of savings for a 5-year contract. Just about Mission Square, a couple of things. 69% of the executives are women. 46% of the executives are people of color. 43% of their staff, all staff, are women, and over 50% of their staff are people of color. Mind you, these are not statistics you would get from a Wall Street firm. Mission Square is not a Wall Street firm, it's a nonprofit. I should also point out that over 50% of all their board members are women and people of color. Over 50%. Again, that doesn't happen on Wall Street firms. With that, I'll let Oscar and or Dela respond to any other questions you may have, particularly on the issue of anti-labor.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilmen and women. I'm Orlando Cruz with Mission Square Retirement. And as Anil was mentioned, we are a nonprofit 501c3 corporation. We're founded in 1972 by a Ford Foundation grant with $132,000 today. That grant is worth over $78 billion in terms of assets under management in our firm. Our focus, 100% of our focus, is on the public sector. We have over 1,000 employees dedicated exclusively to working with our public sector partners. An interesting statistic as well is 25% of our participants today are in public safety. We were incorporated in Delaware as a not-for-profit. We have our foundation that supports police and fire. The children of police and fire that have fallen in the line of duty is based in Washington, D.C., and we're getting ready to celebrate our 50th year. Our association with ICMA is one of an association, right? We're not part of ICMA. We're proud of our association with ICMA, but we don't have any advocacy. We don't lobby. We're not involved in any advocacy at all with respect to any policy with regard to ICMA or any other organization. Our focus simply is providing retirement security for public employees.
Well, Councilor Jimenez, where do you want to go with this? You want to support it, or do you want to make a motion against it, or what?
Well,
where are you headed?
yeah, I want to make a motion, but let's have Eduardo, and then we make the motion to move the item.
Councilor Martinez.
Thank you. Some questions. The city of Richmond is associated with the League of Cities as well as ABAG, and it seems like sometimes both organizations counter each other in terms of policies that they push. I understand that you have a relationship with the League of Cities. Can you describe what that relationship is?
We have a relationship with League of Cities. We have a sponsorship with League of Cities, just like we do with ICMA or NACO as well, where we just have a sponsorship relationship with them, but it's not a formal relationship in any way.
Okay, so it's just sponsorship.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, and and this goes to staff. Since this item affects the monies of the unions, of the workers, can you explain why they weren't consulted as part of the process?
When the process started, the easy answer, the best answer is that the city holds the money in trust on behalf of the employees. and the council has designated the human resources director as the plan administrator. Whether it is a different staff person or not, the city itself is the fiduciary. And the sole obligation then is in terms of that fiduciary responsibility of safeguarding the money and providing the lowest cost and the highest value. That responsibility should not be delegated to anyone except the city itself. And that's why in the terms of the process, the city staff came and asked for a technical expert from the highest group to perform technical analysis in helping craft the request for proposal, doing the technical analysis of reviewing that, and then human resources staff invited the finalists for the interviews.
Okay, I find that answer problematic. When I'm delegated with responsibilities, I like to have conversations with everyone who's affected, because I think that that smooths the process. It prevents any kind of pushback when everyone has a clear understanding of what's going on and why it's happening, as opposed to getting it after the fact. So that's just my opinion of how I would do things.
Any other questions from council members? Do we have any public speakers?
We do, we have one.
Let's do the public speaker and then back to you, Councilmember Jimenez.
Okay, we
Go
actually have two now. We have Richmond firefighters and John Varga. Richmond firefighters, you will have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters, Local 188. We heard several speakers mention tonight that Richmond is a union town. Item H15 talks about the support of HelloFresh, which I've heard all the council members support as well. But I want to speak against Mission Square and this entire process that failed to include its city workers. Mission Square, as the gentleman already stated, is part of ICMA, which has clearly fought against organized labor. Their deceitful tactics of changing their name to slide its way into the pockets of city workers is wrong. The city council should not approve of this nor the process in which it was conducted. The selection process included a person from outside of the city, but none of its city workers. How is this allowed? It's our money being contributed to the funds. We should have a say. These funds that will be used against us is a huge problem. ICMA or ICMARC fights against legislative presumptive laws such as cancer and PTSD. Local 188 is asking council to either cancel this agreement with Mission Square or give its workers another option. Local 188 will not contribute to any company that fights against organized labor. The fact that we were kept out of the process and a company with anti-labor history is chosen is very suspicious. This tactic from the city manager or the deputy city manager is malicious. Instead of mending or trying to improve relationships, here we are again with the city trying to pull some crap on its workers. When will this ever end? When will it ever get better? I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Varga. John, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Nice to be with you again this evening. Local 21 is troubled by the possibility that the city will be contracting with Mission Square for retirement plan record keeping. Mission Square is born out of the International City County Management Association, and the two remain intrinsically linked. All too often, ICMA is found standing opposed to labor unions and public employees. So the proposal before you today essentially asks Richmond workers to fund those who actively pursue efforts that are contrary to their workers' own interests. We're also concerned that the proposal before you today lacks vital information pertaining to the comparisons made between the potential record keepers reviewed. What information we do have does not offer much comfort, as the proposal touts a fee savings to the plan's participants, but fails to state what those fees will be in the future, and in fact plainly states that they can and may increase over the course of the contract. Also alarming is the claim that CalPERS, a retirement record keeper that exists solely to provide for those services and has no other interest, anti-worker or otherwise, did not respond to an RFP and so was not considered. CalPERS doesn't negotiate different terms with different public agencies, so they would not be responding to an RFP. Rather, their information is always readily available on their website, and a public agency can click on a link to sign up with CalPERS. This proposal lacks sufficient information to allow a considered review, and Local 21 does not support contracting with a private company that has historically acted against the interest of public workers. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more speaker, Benjamin Terrio. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. The problem of this is from the start, we talked about, what type of a town this is and how it supports unions. There was no RFP process that involved any of the unions from the get-go, and this directly affects us. And that's the problem. It's a mentality issue within the HR department and how it approaches problems and problem solving and working with its unions. And just as the previous labor union speakers addressed, not even understanding that CalPERS doesn't do RFPs. Why? Because they're freaking CalPERS. They don't have to. They don't need to. They have more money than God. Everybody knows that. So that's just one small part of the problem is not even understanding that process. But if you want to have a successful process in the city of Richmond with all the labor unions that directly affects all the labor unions, then you need to actually reach out and have everyone at the table. But that's not what happened here. Instead, it was reversed. And this is what we're just provided this program from a group that is labor unfriendly. And then we have to go do all the work and find out and kick over stones just to learn that this is not a labor friendly group. That's unacceptable. And that's the kind of thing that we can't have in this city. That's not a conducive to a positive working environment. And as many of the council members have talked already, to a low morale workforce throughout the city. This is not the solution to that. They should have engaged the labor unions on the front end, and then we wouldn't have to come out and kicking and screaming and try and pull things off the agenda and get the attention of things that, quite frankly, are labor unfriendly. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, may I correct a couple of the items on the record?
I'm sorry, say again?
May I respond to a couple of the items mentioned?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. A couple of things. One is the employee from El Cerrito that participated. Just for the record, she did not have a vote. The only 3 people that voted on the decision or the recommendation were the representatives from finance, HR, and the city attorney's office. That was a committee, 3-people committee. As to the relationship, as been mentioned by Oscar, and I would like to Oscar to explain further, the Mission Square and ICMRC, again, 2 separate organizations. Both of them happen to be nonprofits, and they're not Wall Street firms. And finally, they also, Mission Square also, as I understand, contributes to various charitable causes, including police and fire causes. And there was one other thing that was mentioned. I lost my train of thought. Oscar, do you have a comment?
Yeah, so just to clarify, that is correct. We are not ICMA. ICMA is a separate company. We are completely 100% independent from that organization. We are labor friendly. Like as I mentioned, 25% of our participants, we have 1.7 million, are police and fire. So the assertion that we are the same is not true, right? We are completely separate from the organization, and we do favor labor.
Okay, I think we're going around in circles here. So is there a motion? I don't see a motion, so I guess the item dies without a motion.
I think what I would like is that we table this and have more information about.
You want to make why don't you make a motion to table it? That's a formal motion.
I will make a motion to table it.
Okay, motion by Willis to table. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Martinez.
He said yes.
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates absent.
Okay, does that bring us down to the end of the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, item K, reports of officers. Anybody have anything? I don't see any. I do have one adjournment report. This is for Peggy Lois Blackman, CEO of Amanco and wife of former Hercules Mayor and City Council member Herman Blackman, passed away on October 8th, 2021 at the age of 77. Amanco Inc. was a major contributor to the $168 billion bond program that rebuilt K-12 schools in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. At the time of her death, Peggy was working as a community developer to develop an affordable housing community in San Francisco's 100 Point neighborhood. On behalf of the City Council of Richmond, we extend our deepest condolences to the Blackman family. Any others? Okay, I think we're ready to adjourn. It's going once. It's going twice. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you. And the time is 9:45.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.